A pleasant afternoon, everybody, from Monin Park in Dorchester, Massachusetts. We've got UMass Boston baseball for you, conference baseball for the first time this year. It's the Little East opener we're set to play too, as the Beacons of UMass Boston welcome in the Owls of Keene State. My name is Alex Barth. I am joined by former Beacon Steve Witkowski. And Steve, we take a look at what the Beacons did out of conference. They're ranked. They got off to a good start to over 500. Now the real fun begins.
Yeah, and it's always fun to see how they perform on Saturdays. Obviously, both teams going to bring their A game. Obviously, the records for each team, Keene State sitting at 4-7, UMass at 6-4. But this is when the fun begins. So really excited to have a beautiful day. It is a Sunday.
Outstanding day here.
Can't complain at all. So blue skies and baseball.
Part of the thing with the Florida trips, the reason why they can get so weird is teams aren't too familiar. These are two schools that are very familiar with each other. As we take a look at the all-time matchup between the two, Keene State actually leads the all-time series, but the Beacons are charging up. They're coming fast. They have won the last 9, and Keene State has actually not taken one from the Beacons since 2014.
Yeah, and I've been here. Obviously, I was here last year for 4 years previously, so definitely a ton of crazy wins. Little chirpy, couple walk-offs. Should be an exciting one today. I know Fernando Burgos is ready to go, and I'm sure they have their ace going as well on their end. So it should be interesting to see how things shape up early in the year, but it is the first conference games.
Some things to know as we get into this one. First pitch, by the way, coming up at just 1 o'clock. Since this facility was put up, I don't want to say it's turned things around for UMass Boston because they were very good before they played here, but it's certainly given them a major advantage, 23-3 all-time at Monin Park, and they're coming in against a team, second thing to know, that's going to give them some help when they're at the plate. The ERA is high, the fielding percentage is low, something that normally gets sorted out as you get into the season, but the Beacons will try and take advantage of that today. Beacons may allow some runs as well. We could be in for a high-scoring game. You see there in the third line what they've done in the last 4 games. Sam Zell with the wind blown out. He's been crushing the ball. He should have some fun here today.
Yeah, this is an interesting stadium, obviously, just not because of the fact that it's a turf field, but also the fact of the dimensions. A lot of teams, when you go down to Florida, you're playing on these same dimensions. It's really, 400 to center, about 330 down the line, 310 down the line, but it's the same dimensions outfield-wise. So this should be interesting. Obviously, the wind is blowing out here at Monin Park to see how the outfielders really track that ball early in the year and at a different field than they have been playing at.
The Beacons played a wild one earlier this week, a 9-8 win to stretch that win streak to 5 over St. Joseph's. Let's take a look back now if you didn't catch that at the highlights.
Here's the 3-0. As that one's ripped deep to left field. That's big-time trouble. And that one is out of here. You can write her a postcard because she is long gone. A 2-run blast for Greg Emanuelson. Probably would have been more prudent to just avoid trouble and put him on. Nonetheless, a 2-1 is a rip deep left field. McCormick on the run, and it makes a great lunging catch on the warning track. Flyer from the stretch, the 1-1. Another off-speed pitch, and another one launched into orbit. Deep to left field, McCormick on the run. She is out of here. The men from Maine. Here's the 2-2. Back up the middle, a base hit. Almost took Ham's head off. The Beacons with an opportunity to get another runner on base. The 3-1 to Kyle. Chops it right in front of the mound. Emanuelson comes out there, fires to first. It's off the back of Boudrias and into right field. Coming in to score is Cesare. Outside of a high fly ball to center field. The 1-1 line to left field, coming on in and unable to make the play is DePrizio. And the Beacons have cut it to 3. It's 7-4. 3 straight hits for UMass Boston. The 2-0 pitch. Line to right field, a base hit, and that'll tie the game at the very least. Hughie to third. They're going to hold him there, and holding up at first with a 2-run game-tying single is the first baseman, Kyle Boudrias. And a pickoff move. They got him picked off. Emanuelson, a huge goof, and they are going to get him out. No, the ball got away. Did they say that Emanuelson knocked it away? They're going to give him the base back, and a run's going to score. One down, bases full of Beacons in an 8-8 game here in the 8th inning. First pitch, Palmer rockets it deep right field. That one is trailing towards foul territory, and it's caught in foul territory. Coming on in to score the go-ahead run is Eddie Riley. From the stretch, the 2-2 pitch, swung on, he missed, he struck him out, and UMass Boston completes the impressive comeback from down 7 runs.
See if this one gets as wild as that one did.
Yeah.
To come back multiple deficits and then win on a sac fly. That's very typical early season baseball. There again, it's Alex Barth and Steve Witkowski with you on the Beacon Broadcast Network. We're getting ready about 10 minutes away from first pitch between the Beacons at 6-4 and the Owls at 4-7. It will be the conference opener for both sides. Today's player to watch is Nick Herzog. He will be hitting cleanup for the Beacons today. He is out on right field, leads the team early on, hitting .366, 15 hits, 5 doubles, a triple, and a home run. See what you tell us about the captain.
Yeah, I mean, he has developed so much over the last 4 years and really came into the leader that he is today. Obviously was a great player last year and the year before that, but really starting to develop his game and hone his skills in. Obviously, you could see the average. He's leading the team in average and just being a slugger on the team, a leader that they need with the bat, definitely delivering on his end.
As we get ready to go here, we'll take a look at the starting lineup for the Keene State Owls and how they will line up against Fernando Burgos, today's starting pitcher for the Beacons. Sam Zell leads things off. He's in left field. Max Struthers is the shortstop. He bats second. Connor Walsh hitting third, playing first base. Connor Longley, the designated hitter, batting cleanup. The 5-hitter is Tyler Gammy. He's at third. John Terracio's in right field. He bats sixth. Ryan Linehan, the catcher, hitting seventh. Rounding it out, 8 and 9. David Savini, the center fielder, and Tom Musey, the second baseman. The pitcher for the Owls will be Brandon Heath.
And touching on, you mentioned the win previously this week. It was definitely a gutsy, true Beacons win. They got the starter out. They were having a tough time with that lefty starter. I think he threw 5 or 6 innings, and once they got him out, they really attacked the bullpen, and that's where they scored most of their runs and really got back in the game. So it should be interesting to see how they deal with Keene State's aces today, but the real attack is trying to get to that bullpen of Keene State.
And at least in game one, they'll get a righty, so a little bit of a switch in Brandon Heath. The Beacons line up defensively as they get ready to take the field here. Going third to first, Riley Hughie Collins, and it's Kyle Boudrias at first base. McCormick Brown, and we mentioned Nick Herzog, he's out in right field. That's left to right. Nico Kites, the freshman, will be doing the catching in the battery for Fernando Burgos. Burgos, so far this year, has started 2 games. He is 1-0, thrown 9 total innings, posting an ERA of 4 flat, but opponents hitting just 171 against him. And you talk about a lot of the growth on this team, Steve, and it's been a common theme. Burgos, the guy who's really starting to hit that next level.
Exactly, and he hit that level, his freshman year with being the LEC Rookie of the Year. He's been dominant his 4 years here at UMass Boston. But something to really point out is you mentioned the 4 ERA. Well, his first start was his toughest. He started against St. John Fisher, and like you talked about, it had tough time commanding his fastball. But that's, once he gets into that groove, look to see how dominant really he is today, especially in conference. This is a weekend starter that has been a weekend starter for the last 3 or 4 years. So he's, primed and ready for this moment. Should be exciting.
Another guy making his way up in the Beacon system is Danny Brown. He'll be in center field today. He is today Beacon Spotlight.
I just wanted to come in and contribute to the team as much as I could. I knew I was kind of low on the depth chart, but I just kept grinding. I knew that there was going to be an opportunity for me in Florida, and I decided to take advantage of it. And I was primarily a defensive specialist in pinch running, and I just took advantage of all my opportunities and made the best of it. Yeah, so in high school, I was primarily a infielder. Actually, freshman year on varsity, I played third base just because there was an open spot, and then I moved to short to second. I didn't move to the outfield till summer of junior year because that's when UMass Amherst was looking at me, and they wanted me to focus on outfield because they saw my potential. So yeah, I'm primarily comfortable in center field because I like the range I have out there, but I'll play anywhere. So I went in there, Coach Stone went through a couple weeks of fall ball, and he ended up redshirting me, and he was actually leaving the next year, retiring. So the new coach, it wasn't really a good situation for me, and I was just looking to get an opportunity to play baseball. I didn't really want to wait around. So I came here. Coach Agabo recruited me, and I fell in love with the field and the school, so I came here. Coming in sophomore year, I knew I had an opportunity to do something big with the team. I put a lot of work in. Unfortunately, freak accident, tore my meniscus, but I knew I'd be back next year, so I would just mentally stayed stable and knew I had a couple years left to really do something. It's honestly been since high school, since I've been an everyday player, and I'm really looking forward to get out there and show people what I can do on the base path and in the field and with the stick. So I'm really looking forward to it.
All right, welcome back to Monon Park. Alex Barth and Steve Witkowski with you. We're just getting ready here for first pitch. Keene State just wrapped up I.O. Beacons have already gone, so just kind of waiting on the anthem here, and then we will have the first pitch underway on just an absolutely beautiful day. And I remember, Steve, the first game I did here last year, I think it was a few weeks earlier in the calendar, but not by much. And the wind was howling. And it's windy today, but
yeah, I think it was 40 plus.
Something that the wind was howling. Yeah. We had the camera people outside wearing multiple winter coats. They had to change out every 2 innings because they couldn't feel their face. It was brutal.
Yeah, and I want you to think, it doesn't mean that this is the weather that they're going to have for the rest of the season because it fluctuates.
Right, it can change.
It changes pretty drastically here. It might be 65 and sunny, and then the next day it's 32 and snowflakes.
Well, I'm here next Sunday, too, so we'll see. But, no, I remember there's a game last year where they couldn't hit pop-ups during I.O. because the ball just kept blowing back into the stands.
And that's one of the things with the parking garage. I don't know if it's changed the direction of the wind. But I do know that sometimes it's really an interesting place to play. We talked about the dimensions before, but sometimes, with these blue skies and the wind is just whipping, the fly balls here just get absolutely, it just goes to banana land, and the outfielders have absolutely no idea what to do.
All right, well, just because the flag is blowing out in right center field doesn't mean at the plate that's what the wind is. Exactly.
And when it gets in high fly balls, especially with today the wind blowing out, the balls will carry. So hopefully, Burgos notices that and keeps the ball low in the zone for the Beacon's sake.
Weather for first pitch, 52 degrees, partly cloudy, winds at 14 miles an hour. Might take the over on that, but not by much.
Yeah, maybe. Definitely hammer the over. Life's too short to hammer the under. Remember that.
You join March Madness?
Oh, yeah.
That's right, because you're no longer an NCAA athlete, so you can make a bracket now.
Yes, I definitely did not do that when I was an NCAA athlete.
We're getting ready here for first pitch between the Beacons and the Owls. And, Steve, as a new Beacon, you had a very large class, the senior class for last year's Beacons team.
Yes.
A lot of numbers. I know you guys meant a lot to that team. What have you seen? Because I know you still follow along. It'd be hard not to be part of this team for so long. What have you kind of seen? Have you seen people step up and sort of fill some of those holes that you guys left, both strategically and then on the off the field stuff?
Yeah, I think the seniors have done a phenomenal job. With the captains of McGuire, Riley, Herzog, we mentioned before. Yep. Taking that leadership on, and obviously guys left, but that happens every year. And I think they've done a great job of not only off the field, but also on the field. You're seeing, Herzog, leading the team in average, as well as, all those seniors that aren't captains, Boudrias, Cesare, Tremendozi, those senior leaders that don't have that captainship are also taking on new responsibilities, as well as, playing on the field and really, putting up the stats.
Do you know Have they reached out to you or guys from your year that you know of, and what kind of advice are you guys giving them?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty close with a couple guys on the team, and when they came out in Florida and scuffled a little bit, that's gonna happen. And I think the big part is understanding, these are the games Saturdays, conference play is when you need to step up your game so you can host in the end at Monin Park. So
Yeah.
I think that's a big thing that is definitely going to be harped on by Igebro today. But understanding, you need home field at the end of the year to be where you want to be for the LEC tournament.
As the coaches meeting breaks up, we get ready to go. Is there sort of a mental reset here? Obviously, the beginning of the season, you're getting back into things. You're happy to be playing again, but you play a certain amount of games. You get into that routine. Is this sort of a second opening day? Is there a switch that hits in the mind when you start conference play?
Of course, and it's nothing better than having it be 54 degrees and sunny.
I bet.
And I think that changes, midweek games against St. Joseph's and playing the midweek games in 35, 40-degree weather with wind. This is definitely a huge reset, and it should be exciting to see what kind of fire they come out with today.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Monin Park. For
Today's umpires for you behind the plate will be Bob Del Pont and Mickey Garcia on the bases. That's at least for game one. And we now throw your PA announcer, and we'll have the anthem.
Your Beacon step on their home field for the first LEC doubleheader of the 2019 season with a record of 6 wins.
Psychology is about understanding the individual and understanding the mind. The main reason why I want to combine psychology and business degrees is because I want to understand the business decisions that are made. I'm Nurçin Çelebi. I'm from Turkey originally. I'm a senior at the 5-year BA to MBA program at UMass Boston. I think in management, the biggest mistake you can make is to not listen. So I want to be able to step into a company and say, here's what you're doing now, and here's how you can improve it. I moved here when I was 16 for high school. Moving from Turkey, it was a rough journey for me because when you don't really speak the language that well, and when you don't really fit in the crowd, it's very easy to disappear. But I decided not to give up, and UMass helped me. I wanted to be able to improve myself. I wanted to be able to try new things, and I think UMass gave me a really good head start on that.
What do we mean when we say UMass is here for a reason? We mean that the 5-campus UMass system is the only public research university that the people of Massachusetts established to create better futures for themselves, but also for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts as a whole. It's a university that educates 73,000 students every day and graduates 17,000 graduates every year. We are the university that educates the workforce of Massachusetts. We're one of the state's 3 major academic research engines: research that saves and improves people's lives, and research that drives the innovation economy of Massachusetts. We provide services and economic opportunity to every region of the Commonwealth. The noted historian David McCullough once said that 2 great concepts, university and Massachusetts, come together in only one place, and we are very aware of how fortunate we are to bear the name, the University of Massachusetts. We recognize that we are truly here for a reason, and that recognition inspires us and drives us every single day.
My name is Tyler Hart. Being on the track and field team here is the greatest decisions I've made besides coming to UMass Boston. When you train together in that sort of intensity, you build a bond with people who are training with you. It's like on a higher level of friendship. It's like teammates, it's just a different level. My freshman year, I got a Rookie Athlete of the Year. Outdoor, for my sophomore year, I was the first time I went to nationals. When I jump, it's a little difficult considering I have hereditary disorder known as amblyopia. There we go. It's pretty much just a partial blindness in the left eye. The best way to describe it is if you have decent prescriptions for contact lenses, you take one of the lenses out, and then you put your hand over the eye with that lens. That's my vision. I rely more on my steps as opposed to my visual perception of how far away the bar is. And since I can't see out of my left eye, I have to sit on the far left-hand side of the class. hopefully coach for a few years and coach some high school kids, maybe even coach on a college level as like an assistant coach, and go to PA school, then do a 5-year program and try to get my loans paid back, and then go from there.
All right, anthem done. We're ready to get underway here at Monon Park. Fernando Burgos takes the mound for the Beacons to get things started.
We might have to get some updated commercials. Those are pretty retro.
Were they?
The commercials that we have here. We might have to get some updated.
Well, that's right.
commercials.
They've done all this construction now. I got completely lost driving here. I wasn't here for the fall or winter season, so this is the first time I've seen it since they redid everything.
Oh, it's crazy. I stepped on campus for the first time probably a couple months ago, and I was just like, you see the dorms and everything coming to fruition. They talked about it, for the last 30 years, having dorms on campus, and then it was talks of getting that parking garage actually done, and everything coming to fruition. It's a beautiful campus and a good time to be a Beacon.
And you see Burgos, he'll be the starting pitcher today. He'll face the lineup of Sam Zell, Mark Struthers, Connor Walsh, Connor Langley, Tyler Gammy, John Terraccio, Ryan Linehan, David Savini, and Tom Musey. What are we looking for with Burgos here today?
Yeah, I was just about to touch on that. He's got a great changeup, obviously a nasty breaking pitch, as well as a fastball that just dances and moves. You can see that right there, his slider. When he has command and he can pinpoint where he's going to throw it, dominant and almost unhittable. So we'll see, he had that shaky first start. Second start, he threw pretty well. So we'll see exactly, is he ready? Is he ready to rock against Keene State?
And he will have Nico Kides behind the plate, Riley, Hughie, Collins, and Boudrias, the defense for the Beacons. Third to first, left to right in the outfield, McCormick, Brown, and Nick Herzog. Sam Zell steps in, and we are underway between the Beacons and the Owls. Zell comes in hitting .390, has played in and started all 11 games for the Owls. Burgos looks in, the righty kicks and delivers, and it's away for ball one.
And interesting to see how close he's really standing on top of that plate. He's hovering right over it with his bat.
Strike one from Burgos, evens up the count with the fastball. Working quickly, here comes the 1-1. That gets the outside part.
Yeah, and he's a pitcher that does well when he gets in a rhythm. You'll see he gets right back on the mound and is ready to deliver within 10 to 15 seconds.
The 1-2 to Zell. Fouled back, Zell stays alive. You see him continuing to go that outside part of the plate. He almost got Zell to pull the trigger on the pitch before on one that, if he hits it, it's just squibbed down the first base line.
Yeah, and you talked about it, his statistics so far, Zell. If he goes, they go. So he's one of those guys, you want to dominate today. Don't let the Barry Bonds beat you for Keene State. I'm sure Iger has talked about it multiple times, but that's huge to start it off with a K.
He struck him out, goes down low and away. Zell can't find it, and there is one down for Burgos. Stepping in now is Max Struthers for Keene State, hitting .341, second on the team in average behind Zell. For Burgos, he came in with 10 strikeouts in 9 innings through 2 starts as he misses here for ball one to start off Struthers.
And you see he's trying to command that inner half of the plate early and often. Having that dominating slider on the outside. If he gets that inside fastball, he'll be money.
Grounded to short, Hughie down on it. Couple hops and fires, and there's 2 down.
And that's a big thing for the Beacons today, infield play. They were a little shaky this week. And the last couple of weeks, they're coming back from Florida, whatever it is, cold weather. So this is when they have to pick it up and start playing a little cleaner, because the only team that's really going to beat them is themselves.
Burgos with 7 pitches through 2 hitters. Now he will work on Connor Walsh. Walsh hitting .279. And he watches strike one. That looked like the changeup.
Yeah, strike one right down the plate. I was surprised he
red light all the way. See if he pulls the trigger on the second pitch. That one breaking ball misses. Count even up at 1-1.
And I don't know if it's because I'm from this angle, but that slider is absolutely dancing.
No,
today.
that was a wipeout kind of pitch. Gets the outside part, strike two. There's that slider again, just coming all the way across the plate. It looks like it's going to tail so much that it ends up outside, and I think that's why guys are taking on it, but it almost stops the break late.
Yeah, and as a pitcher, especially here at Monin Park, you always look 5 or 6 days out and see when your next start is to see what kind of weather you're getting. And obviously, he's got good stuff where sometimes when it's a little bit warmer out or, it's not as windy, you can control it a little bit better. So definitely a perfect day for him to be on the hill.
2 outs, the 2-2 pitch. That one's fouled straight back. The Owls in their black jerseys, red numbers, gray pants. Beacon in their home blues, white numbers, white lettering, white pants. The 2-2 pitch. He struck him out, went down low with the fastball and put him away. 1-2-3 inning for Fernando Burgos to start. Pair of strikeouts, one to start it, one to end it. Take a look at the Beacons lineup here as we get ready for the bottom of the first. Eddie Riley will lead things off. He is the third baseman. Anthony Cesare, the designated hitter, bats second. Kyle Boudrias playing first. He'll hit third. In right field is Nick Herzog. He's the cleanup hitter. Ryan McCormick's in left. He bats fifth. Nico Kites is the catcher. He's hitting sixth. Batting seventh. Number 7 in center field, Danny Brown. Batting eighth, the second baseman, Ryan Collins. And rounding things off, the shortstop, number 29, Charlie Hughie. And then, of course, the pitcher is Burgos. The starting pitcher for Keene State is Brandon Heath. Heath comes in with a 5.23 ERA. He is 1-0 in 2 starts, 10 1/3 innings thrown. He's allowed 17 hits, 6 runs, all of them earned. He's walked 4, he struck out 5. So a guy that, that's early, but not the strikeout to walk ratio you're looking for.
Yeah, and Keene State in the last 4 or 5 years always had that hard-throwing righty game one. They always had that dude that, can shut down a lineup for 9 innings. And this year, it doesn't seem to be like they have that hard-throwing 90s-plus righty. So it should be interesting to see, what Brandon has to offer today. But I wanted to go back to Burgos, dipping and diving. Commanding that inner third is going to be huge for him today. You saw they can't, get their bats around and really able to hit that inner half of the pitch. So if he can command that, it's going to be a long day for the Owls.
A quick look at the Keene State defense before we get it started. Left to right in the infield, Gammy, Struthers, Musey, and Walsh. Zell, Savini, and Terracillo in the outfield. Doing the catching for Brandon Heath will be Ryan Linehan. The Beacons will send up to start again Eddie Riley, Anthony Cesare, and Kyle Burgos. Riley comes into this one hitting .293. He has played in and started all 10 games for the Beacons. One of 4 Beacons to leave the ballpark this year. He's got one of the team's 4 home runs.
The Beacons in the bottom of the first inning. Third baseman, number 3, Eddie Riley.
Riley will step in on the right side to face the righty Brandon Heath, the pitcher, 6'1", 180 from Charlestown, New Hampshire, by way of Fall Mountain High School. And that curveball is in there for strike 1. Home plate umpire has been generous, but, there's only one pitch the other way. Generous, but even with the outside part of the plate, that looks to be what his tendency will be.
Yeah, and Eddie Riley is one of those guys that's a great story for the Beacons. A little bit background on him. He came from Franklin Pierce and didn't really play much his first year as a Beacon. Last year, scuffled a little bit at the beginning and then became the starting third baseman. And now he's a starting senior, obviously. Not the outcome he wanted there, but he's definitely a great story for the Beacons.
The third strikeout in 4 batters in this game. Anthony Cesare will step in, hitting .333. The designated hitter digs in from the left side. Heath peers over his mitt, gets a sign he likes, winds, and fires. And that pitch is in there for a strike, a late call, so 4 pitches, 4 strikes for Heath. Swing and a miss, strike two. You see where Bobby Del Point is standing to get his view on this. An interesting angle. He almost has his left foot on the right side of the catcher's box, or he did on that last pitch. He's standing almost directly behind the hitter.
Yeah, that is an interesting stance from him. But another thing that the Beacons can't do today, that they have been doing a lot, is striking out. Just not getting barrels on balls. I mean, you want to make them make the plays, especially like a team, that doesn't. I mean, we talked about the fielding percentage for Keene State.
Yeah,
it's not the best.
940. It's seventh in the conference.
Yeah, not the best. So you got to put the ball in play and make the mistakes. Striking out is not going to do that.
The 2-2 to Cesare. Swing and a miss, strike three. Got him. 2 up, 2 down. No balls in play yet for the Beacons. Kyle Boudrias steps in looking to change that. And is his walk-up music Miss New Booty?
Oh, yeah.
That's fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
That is awesome. Hitting 351 on the year.
The first baseman, number 15, Kyle.
Steps in on the left side.
He's got a great taste in music. He always has. He always delivers with a good walkout song. So not surprised there.
Solid contact, rips it foul.
Yeah, hopefully he didn't park in that parking garage.
I did, but I made sure to park back where the
Nice.
ball's not going to get to.
Nice.
I originally pulled up right next to where the blue and white pipes are, and
Yeah.
I kind of realized
Not a great decision.
maybe not the best idea.
No. And there, it seems to be like there is some cars parked right up against there, unless they're watching it from there. Just not a great decision.
But even still, so what are you going to do? Start your car and just fly back in time to get out of the way of the ball?
Yeah, I don't know. That'd be some serious Sunday scaries, though.
That one's fouled back. There's a similar setup at Lasher Park in Lowell, where there's a parking garage right to the left, and it's not as high as that one, but you'll have pop-ups, foul pop-ups that come down on cars, and you really can't see them coming.
Where the spinners play?
At Lasher, where UMass Lowell plays.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
yeah. One's inside for a ball. There's just something, I mean, there's always parking garages next to baseball fields because you need a place to park, but
Exactly.
nobody seems to have figured out, just build one with a wall that the balls can't get through.
Yeah, they put up the blue pipes. I just don't know.
It
if
looks
that's-
great.
It does.
It looks great. It's just,
Yeah.
what is it?
I don't know.
20 days a year can turn into a bit of a hazard.
And another thing to talk about is the parking garage, with the snow melting. I heard that was a big problem because the sun wasn't getting to the Beacon side of the dugout. So obviously those early games got canceled, but that might be a problem going forward for those
And
early
you
games.
guys
that
shovel
they
it out,
schedule.
though, right? You guys come out and shovel out the field?
That's the worst. That's honestly one of the worst days out of the year. When coach says, bring your shovels.
Yeah, but at least you can play. How many schools in New England don't get to play home games until May? As this one's driven into right center field, falling fast, diving, and making the catch.
No,
he didn't get it?
No.
It looks like it went into his glove. It must have bounced.
Yeah,
that
it
was
skipped.
David
No,
Savini out in center. It skipped.
It skipped, yeah.
I thought I saw him get his glove on it.
And that was an
Obviously,
interesting
much better view out there.
Yeah, and I don't know if we have a replay, but you could see. No replay today. But if that skipped over his glove, that would have been an inside the park home run, even for a guy like Boudrias.
I was shocked to see him dive in that situation. Kind of what you're putting on the line there.
Yeah, exactly. Especially early in the game.
Yep. So now Nick Herzog steps in, the right fielder. Herzog pacing the team, hitting 366 of his 15 hits. Almost half of them are for extra bases, including a home run. Yeah, I will say, though, you don't like shoveling off the field, but how many schools in New England, they play 4 or 5 home games a year. They don't get to play a home game until May.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
Where I went to school, which was upstate New York, it was similar. I was there for 3 spring semesters. The entire time I was there, we played 5 true home games.
That's brutal.
Yeah. So, I mean, our field had the drainage equivalent of a bowl of soup. But it was, we'd have to go over to Cornell, and they had a turf field, and we'd play a lot of games there. And community college in Syracuse, which was like an hour and a half away, they'd play there.
Onondaga.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, good call. There you go.
I'm a.
Oh, you're from that area?
No, I played. I'm from Western Mass.
Oh no, you
People
played
say
for
Cortland Crush.
Cortland Crush, that's right.
Shout out Crush Ball.
That's at SUNY Cortland. That was my school's rival.
No, we played at Boudrias Park in the heart of Cortland. We never got to play.
You never got to play at SUNY Cortland? I can only imagine what the heart of Cortland is like.
It's a great time.
Did you go to the A&W up there?
The A&W.
There's an A&W up there by the college.
Oh no, I went to
did you just not know what A&W was?
the Red Jug. Oh, actually, I did. The Red Jug was our local joint.
That is grounded to
Oh.
second, short hop. He can't find it, and Steve, just like you said, let Keene State make the mistakes, and it's going to be runners on the corners here after Nick Herzog put one in play. They're going to give him an error. I think that's about right.
Yeah, that hit him right in the chest.
It's like, the popular, as Ryan McCormick steps in, Rex Chapman, popular Twitter account. For basketball, he'll put out videos of people getting run over, say hit or block or charge.
Yes.
Have you seen those?
No, I haven't.
So he'll put those out. I feel like we need a baseball version that's hit or error.
Yeah, I think that was a clear error. I mean,
No,
you
it's
can't
pretty
do that. You can't do that if you're the Owls. I mean, first inning.
Runner goes. That's hit in the gap between first and second. It's going to score a run. And the Beacons are on the board going first to third as Herzog gets an RBI single for McCormick. Boudrias scoring on the play.
Yeah, I mean, they would have been out of the inning. First of all, pitch count from your starter. Second of all, they would have been out of the inning and that run would have scored. You got to play clean in these conference games, and that's something that is definitely going to cost the Owls if they continue the
Number 13,
bobbles.
Here's the freshman, Nico Kites, the catcher from Stamford, Connecticut. Freshman's played and started 7 games. This will be his 8th today.
And on that pitch, Herzog was actually going, so he made it over to the third, first to third. And the Beacons have another great opportunity for some more attack on runs.
I think because he was going, that helped the case. If he's not going, second baseman's probably in a spot to grab that ball, but he had shaded closer to the bag as that pitch is in for ball 1. And just smart base running by the Beacons, which is nothing new to people who watch this team.
Definitely nothing new, and something Eigerbrodt harps on a lot.
Head coach Brendan Eigerbrodt in his 15th season with the Beacons. That one's awfully close back at first.
That was tough. And it looked like he was leaning towards second, so it'll be interesting to see if he takes off here and puts the wheels in motion.
1-0 the count. Heath delivers, and that is called strike 1.
And a guy like Heath, I mean, you're looking for that dirt ball read, especially since he's been going to that curveball constantly. You're waiting to see, get that good jump secondary and see if he can't get to second on that dirt ball read.
That one is cracked to left field, but foul.
And McCormick was on the run for that, so would have been interesting to see if he would have went first to third. I think he would have went first to third pretty easy on that one.
Oh, yeah, he might have scored on that.
Exactly.
A good jump. He has stolen 2 bases this year, McCormick has. He has not been caught stealing.
Yeah, he's not the best base runner, to say the least.
Here's the 1-2 to Kites, swinging a miss, strike 3. So 3 strikeouts in the inning for Brandon Heath, but in between them, the Beacons, a couple of hits, an error, and a run scored. They do leave 2 on. 1 inning in the books in Monon Park. It's UMass Boston 1, Keene State College nothing. You're watching Little East Baseball on the Beacon Broadcast Network.
Something I discovered in myself is that if I have a goal, then I can accomplish it.
It's a well-rounded experience.
At a Division III school, you primarily a student athlete, so the school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual.
It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
Now that the Beacons are back at home, the games are going to come fast. They're going to come quick. They're going to come often. And taking a look at what's ahead for UMass Boston. There'll be another Little East game following this, an inter-system battle with UMass Dartmouth. Like I said, pretty much every other day, Western New England and Salve also due in here in the next couple of weeks.
And Connor Longley has been a great player for the Owls the last couple years. Obviously a senior. I played against him. We used to refer to him as Bryce Harper, number 34. Has the beard, has a little bit of swag, but definitely a great player for the Owls.
Longley, Gammy, and Teresio due up as the first pitch from Burgos. Mrs. Burgos went 1-2-3 in the first inning with a couple of strikeouts. He kept the pitch count down.
Yeah, and great command. I mean, not only was he commanding, both sides of the plate as he gets an inside strike right there, but also keeping the ball low. And that's something that, when he was struggling, he left the ball up a little bit, and that's when, those good teams are going to capitalize.
The 1-1's fouled towards the Keene State dugout. Count goes to 1-2. Longley hitting .323 on the season. 3 doubles and a home run. Burgos kicks and fires. Breaking ball just came back inside, so Longley could get a piece of it, and he fouls it into the net.
And it says he's an infielder. Where do they have him lined up today?
DH.
DH, okay. Last year he was I believe he was a right fielder, just like Harp. So that's kind of where the comparison came from.
He's got the no batting gloves, too. Old school look as he takes strike 3 looking.
Yeah.
3 strikeouts now for Burgos, 4 men down. Tyler Gammy will step in, the third baseman for the Owls, hitting .316.
And the Owls hitters absolutely no idea what to do with that inside fastball right now.
Turns away from that one, it's ball 1. Burgos kicks and deals. Strike 1. It's the outside part, high and outside, but in the zone. And it's a sign of confidence. Even with the wind blowing out to right field, he's been teasing those right-handed hitters on the outside part of the plate. He's daring them to go the other way, as that one, again, outside and a strike, 1-2.
Yeah, and you kind of touched on it. He's giving that 2 inches off the plate for Burgos, so he's going to hammer that all day long. I mean, there's no need to really, try to catch too much of the plate if he's going to give you that 2 inches off.
The 1-2 is popped foul, first base side, and that one is out of play.
Boudrias gets over there. When he used to play third base, it's weird. I have no idea how to explain it, but the pop-ups for the third base side are so tough, especially with the wind here and stuff like that. But he used to have a tough time. I remember we would practice. He would practice it like constantly, because that's a free out. If it's a foul ball pop-up, you got to make those plays.
Well, that's the wind based on where the water is. More often than not, the wind blowing it back into place. You have balls that may look lost that come back.
Exactly. And it's a weird dimension because it kind of jets out, and there's not too much space over there, as well as you have the opposing team's dugout, which is always never a good situation to try to catch something on that side.
2-2. Burgos delivers. He struck him out, back-to-back strikeouts looking. Fernando Burgos, 4 strikeouts through 5 hitters.
Yeah, absolutely carving. And they have absolutely no answer for what he's coming with hard in, soft away, and giving that 2 inches off the corner, on the outside corner. They have to make an adjustment, or else this is going to be a long day for the Owls.
And it came in 10 strikeouts in 9 innings, which, not bad, but a number that he's normally living above that number. You see him making up for it today, just mowing through these hitters right now.
Yeah, he's got dominant stuff today, and I think that's just because of the fact that he's first of all, I mean, he's a great pitcher, but also, the weather a little bit nicer out.
Yeah,
his ball's moving a little bit more. Great day for him to pitch.
Burgos with the 1-1. Swing and a miss, and there's that wipeout slider we saw in the first inning. Teresio cannot catch up to it.
Getting a couple texts for a couple shout-outs, looking for some love.
We'll get those then. We got time.
We do have 18 innings.
We got plenty of innings to go. We got plenty of baseball for you guys today. We thank you for spending part of your Sunday afternoon with us, Alex Barth and Steve Witkowski on the Beacon Broadcast Network. It's the Little East opener for both teams.
Yeah, good turnout today. Decent turnout.
Yeah. 2-2. That's away for a ball. This is here in the top of the second, the first full count.
Surprised there's no grills or anything like that. Maybe at the top of the parking garage. Maybe that's maybe in a couple weeks once it hits that 60s.
Yeah, I think he's got to warm up a little bit for that as this is poked into shallow right field. Fading foul, coming over, getting a read, hopping up on the fence was Herzog, but it's just out of his reach. Again, no win. That's an easy fly out to right, but just kept blowing it further and further away.
Yeah, this place is interesting, and you'll see, if when the Beacons start putting the ball in play a little bit more, it'll be interesting to see how the Keene State Owls outfielders really combat against the wind.
The 3-2 from Burgos. Fouled back. Burgos got Max Struthers to ground out to short. That was the second batter he faced. Everything's been strikeouts besides that. 2 swinging in the first, 2 looking so far here in the second, trying to strike out the side. The 3-2 pitch misses, ball 4. And the Owls have their first base runner. And I'll bring up the 7-hitter Ryan Linehan, the catcher.
And that wasn't a bad miss at all.
No.
Just a little bit low. And that's a good sign because, if you're around the zone, good misses happen.
Linehan will step in hitting .303. So we'll see first real battle for Burgos there. First time he's had to go back and forth with the hitter. See how he bounces back. Small lead at first base for Teresio. Boudrias holds him on. Burgos comes to the set. Doesn't even check to first. Comes to the plate. Swinging a miss, strike 1.
No, and he was always one of those pitchers with a great athletic move and does a great job with commanding the run. Nothing's changed. Just an athletic kid overall. I remember he made some pretty crazy plays his freshman year, and you could just tell. He actually came in as a shortstop and pitcher. And that was, I think he got cut from the shortstop about 3 or 4 weeks in his first fall. But you could tell he's an athlete.
Quickly up ahead, 0-2 on Linehan. Sets and delivers. Little flare into right field. Herzog a couple steps back. He makes the catch, and that will retire the side. No hits, no runs, no errors. 1 man left on base for the Owls. Through 1.5, it's UMass Boston 1, Keene State nothing on the Beacon Broadcast Network.
Beacons in the bottom of the second inning. Brown, Collins, and Hughie.
College has given me the flexibility to pursue my passions and my interests, and I've recreated my identity for myself aside from just being an athlete.
My greatest personal discovery has been that I am capable of doing things that I didn't know I was capable of doing.
To be able to study what I wanted to and continue to play the sport I love, all of those things came together very nicely in one package in Division III.
I'm the first undergraduate alumnus to lead this university. I'm very proud of that. I was literally able to transform my life because of the University of Massachusetts, and I want that for every single student that walks through the door.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III.
I did receive academic scholarships. Just being involved on campus, being a leader, all those things combined kind of get me recognized. It's a great experience for me.
Taking a look at what else is going on around the LEC as the teams open conference play.
Some good in-between music. Fun fact, I used to do the music here for the Beacons, so glad to hear it's still rocking.
So you see Southern Maine taking care of business against Western Connecticut in Game 1.
Yep.
9-0.
Oh, yeah.
And UMass, Dartmouth, get underway in Connecticut in about half an hour. It will be Danny Brown, Ryan Collins, and Charlie Hughey for the Beacons if anybody reaches Eddie Riley. Brown, the Beacon center fielder, digs in from the left side and takes ball 1. Brandon Heath in the first inning did pick up 3 strikeouts, but he allowed a couple of 2-out hits. An error did not help his case, and the Beacons jumped out to a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, 1-0 lead on that mishap over at second base. Beacon's got to put the ball in play. They can't be having 3 strikeouts in an inning or letting that happen. They have to put the ball in play.
Brown takes strike 2. Comes in hitting .265.
A lot of guys going with the clean white cleats. Looks good on the turf.
Yeah, turf definitely helps keep them clean too, as that one's inside for a ball.
Yeah, it's always an interesting play because then you go down to Florida to like your first 10 games and they're basically brown at that point because the Florida dirt just absolutely ruins them. So if you got some clean white sneaks on for Beacon's home games, it's always nice to bring them out.
Well, you'd be using different cleats for this round turf, right? Than on grass?
I don't know. Guys are weird about it. I mean, I was a pitcher, so.
Right, I guess you're always on dirt. Doesn't matter.
It doesn't really matter.
Brown draws the leadoff walk. We'll bring up Ryan Collins.
Yeah, and Collins getting a shot here. Hasn't had the start that he was hoping for. I mean, batting .095 isn't what anyone's looking for. But he's heard great things about him. JUCO transfer. Played really well, so hopefully he starts getting that back going and really is an asset for the Beaks.
Takes strike 1. Collins, a transfer from Northern Essex Community College from Peabody, Massachusetts, right up the road. Checks to first, and Brown back in time.
Peabody, Mass, the home of the best steak tips I've ever had. Champ steak tips.
Champs are good.
Have you been?
Not in a long time, but I have been, yes.
I don't think it's changed. Maybe it has.
Have you ever been to Clyde's in Walpole? I think Clyde's might give it a run for its money. That's lined right back to the pitcher. Heath grabs it, and he will flip to first with the runner going. So a double play, but not much you can do about that one.
No. And when things aren't going your way, things aren't going your way. And right now, I mean, he put a good barrel on it, just right into the glove of the pitchers.
So now with 2 outs, Charlie Hughey digs in the shortstop. This is walk-up music whale noises?
No, and I actually chose his walkout song. Just didn't hit didn't hit the stride.
The beat didn't drop.
No.
Hughey showing bunt, pulls back, ball 1 high.
Yeah. What was his he used to have Jumpman, and it was the absolute worst walkout I've ever, and it was just like after hearing it for 40 games, it was borderline like couldn't even listen to the song anymore.
Why was it a bad walk-up? Just because it's so obvious?
Yeah, no, it was just like it's one of those songs that like it's so repetitive. He also had Eminem. So when we were seniors last year, I was like, Charlie, like let me pick out the walkout. Me and my roommate Alex. I was like, hey, I can't let this happen anymore.
Fouls this one off to the right. Count will go to 2-2.
Ooh, just missed a car. We don't have a camera on that, but probably about 10 feet from. I can't tell. It looks like a Honda CR-V.
The 2-2 is chopped to third. Gammy down on it. Fires in time to get Hughey. And the side is retired. No hits, no runs, no errors. Nobody left on base. 2 full in the books here at Mona Park. It's UMass Boston 1. Keene State nothing on the Beacon Broadcast Network.
UMass is very public service focused, and it piqued my interest, and I started doing more research on it. I'm very focused on what can I do to make the world around me a better place. My name is Lydia Grasso. I'm a junior at UMass Boston studying sociology and minoring in human rights. Because I won the Chancellor Scholarship at UMass, it allowed me to go to Cambodia. I was working at the Sihanouk Hospital Center of Hope. I was in the place of something horrible that had happened. I could either go home and kind of forget about that experience and kind of block it out, or I could do something so that things like that never happened again. UMass provides me with opportunities that I wouldn't get anywhere else and gives me a global perspective in a public setting. I definitely transformed at UMass.
2 innings in the books. Fernando Burgos getting ready for his third. He's allowed just 1 base runner. It was on a walk. He's got 4 strikeouts through 2. He'll face the 8, 9, and 1 hitters coming up for Keene State.
Leading off for the Owls, center field number 32, Davis Savigny.
Yeah, and Burgos, when he gets in a rhythm, he can go, 7, 8 innings. He's a bull for him. So if you're Keene State, you got to figure out some way you could get either a guy on or get some action going. Maybe lay down a bunt. Ed's pretty good, and Fernando's an athlete, but it definitely need to get something going.
Grounded to third, gloved there by Riley. The throw is in time to get him. Showing the range, Eddie Riley. That was probably the only play he could make. Charlie Hughey waiting back on that ball. Wouldn't have gotten the throw off in time.
You're talking about an athlete. Ed's an athlete. I think there was a Beacon spotlight that came out. He was talking about how, his sophomore year when he got the opportunity to play, his defense wasn't up to par that he wanted to. And I think that, over time, he's definitely one of the best defensive players on this team. Just an absolute athlete over there at third base.
You see the 9-hitter takes ball 1. Hits this one into right center field. That will get down and hit the gap. Musey, a big round to first, but he will hold up there as the throw comes in. First hit of the game allowed by Burgos.
Yeah, and Danny Brown doing a great job for cutting that ball off and not letting that hit the wall for an extra base hit.
And that ball was screaming towards the triangle. You don't know what kind of bounces you're going to get out there. Back to the top of the order now for Keene State. Sam Zell struck out swinging to get the game started. 1 out, runner on first. Burgos comes to the set. Catcher sets up outside. Long look in from Burgos. Now he delivers. It's grounded to short. Hughey to second for 1. On to first. Not in time. Bounce the throw, but they do get the lead runner.
Love the scoop by Booty. Haven't seen him over at first base in action. That looks smooth coming off the turf.
So Max Struthers will bat with 2 outs. He grounded out to short in his first at-bat.
Shortstop, number 6, Max Struthers.
Yeah, Burgos getting that ground ball right there. Just a little too slow, and a good 90 by Sam.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Leadoff hitter, that's where the speed is. That's going to be the toughest guy to double up, and they made it close. Struthers takes ball 1.
Yeah, that was smooth. It was nice to see. Couple good plays by the infield play. We talked about it. That's something that they have to clean up if they want to be that team that they have been in the last couple years.
Burgos sets the righty. Looks in now, flips to first. And back in time is Zell. Zell has stolen 5 bases so far this year. He's been caught twice. Checks over again, and Zell getting back in time. Kind of an awkward dive there. Just sort of fell down on top of the bag.
Yeah, that always happens, especially on turf. Sometimes your footing gets a little catched up. A lot of these teams don't play on turf that much.
Right.
Especially Keene State. They have up there in New Hampshire. They have a dirt field.
This one's chopped foul to third. And I think some guys, too, just the nature of it, a little hesitant to slide on turf, because sliding on turf hurts.
I don't know about that one.
It can.
Sure.
You got
anything can hurt.
Well, no, I'm saying you see, like, in football, the guys get the turf. It's not going to, hurt, like, falling down.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I'm saying, like, turf burn.
Yes.
That kind of
you're
thing.
not tackling guys out here. It's a little different.
Yes.
Yeah. And the turf's different than what they used to have at that AstroTurf. What was that? I don't know the right name for it. But the old turf in like the 90s.
Yeah, it was AstroTurf.
Yeah, that stuff. Yeah, so I was right.
It's the pitch that's hit into left center field. Coming in is McCormick, going out is Hughie. It'll fall between them. Running on the pitch was Zell, so he gets first to third, and it's runners on the corners.
It's a tough situation right there, just because, that was a great pitch by Burgos, and he kind of threw the bat at it. McCormick playing pretty tight to the line in that situation, and Hughie just no shot he can get there.
It looked initially like that ball was going to hold up, but I think the wind sort of knocked it down.
Yeah, and I'm kind of confused. I mean, I guess this is the meat order of their lineup, but it looks like the Beaks are playing a little deep in the outfield, or is that just me? Maybe Danny Brown. That's kind of
center and left. I think in right field. I think Herzog's about where he's been, but they look a little deeper in left and center. Yeah.
Yeah. It's also the 3-hitter up, so they should be deep. Wow.
Connor Walsh swings out of his shoes. He's gonna have to step out.
Jeez. Take a second and collect himself after that swing.
What pitch was that?
I don't know. I don't think he knows either.
0-1 the count.
I'd go back to it though.
Yeah. See if he tries it again. Catcher sets up outside. Here's the pitch. Ball 1.
He was looking over the monster towards the Prudential for that one.
Yeah. The 1-1. Soft grounder to third, and it goes foul.
Took 2 steps, and that was about it. No 90 for number 15.
The Beacons did their damage in the in the first inning with 2 outs. After 2 opening strikeouts, they struck a couple together. Keene State trying to do the same thing here. Runners on the corners, 1 and 2, 2 outs. Connor Walsh, the 3-hitter, stands in. Catcher sets up outside once again. Here's the pitch. And that one is low and away. Ball 2, and it evens the count up.
He's going to come back in with a fastball here. Get under those hands. I mean, he's been commanding that inside half, especially with the 1 through 4 hitters pretty well.
Coyote sets up inside. Here's the pitch. It's lined right back up the middle, and that's going to tie the ball game. Takes 1 bounce in front of Danny Brown. RBI single for Connor Walsh.
Yeah, and that was just a slider that he left up over the middle. A mistake from Burgos right there.
So here comes Connor Longley, the designated hitter.
Number 34, Connor Longley.
Still runners on first and second. Burgos has to find his way around this. Going through the heart of the order.
Yeah, it was looking like one of those innings that was going to be another 1-2-3 inning, but Burgos run into some trouble here.
And remember, the Beacons had a chance at a double play to get out of the inning as Longley fouls his back. They couldn't get the back end with the leadoff hitter Sam Zell coming down the line.
Yeah, a good 90 by Sam Zell results into a run right there.
The 0-1 is popped straight up. Third base side, that'll stay in play. And it's Coyotes coming over to make the catch and retire this side. But the damage is done. 1 run on 3 hits. No errors, 2 men left on base through 2.5 here in Dorchester. Tied at 1 for Monon Park.
What do we mean when we say UMass is here for a reason? We mean that the 5-campus UMass system is the only public research university that the people of Massachusetts established to create better futures for themselves, but also for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts as a whole. It's a university that educates 73,000 students every day and graduates 17,000 graduates every year. We are the university that educates the workforce of Massachusetts. We're one of the state's 3 major academic research engines: research that saves and improves people's lives, and research that drives the innovation economy of Massachusetts. We provide services and economic opportunity to every region of the Commonwealth. The noted historian David McCullough once said that two great concepts, university and Massachusetts, come together in only one place, and we are very aware of how fortunate we are to bear the name, the University of Massachusetts. We recognize that we are truly here for a reason, and that recognition inspires us and drives us every single day.
Leading off for the Beacons in the bottom of the third inning, the third baseman, number 3.
Eddie Riley will lead things off for the Beacons here in the bottom of the third. Riley, Cesare, and Boudrias. Nick Herzog, if anybody gets on base. Second time through the order for Brandon Heath, allowed 1 run on 2 hits. His first time through. Is that even a pop-up or a backwards line drive, whatever you want to call it? Will be corralled by Linehan for out number 1.
Tough way to start the inning, obviously. Was that on a curveball? I didn't catch it.
There's something that he got under.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough way to start the inning, obviously. You're looking to get that run back that you gave up. And a pop-up bunt to the catcher is not going to do it. But I do like the idea. The third baseman was playing back a little bit, and Eddie's got some good wheels. Just didn't execute.
0-1 the count now to Cesare. He struck out first time through. Chop to first. Room service hot. Walsh calls off the pitcher. Will do it himself. And just like that, there's 2 down on 3 pitches.
2 down, 3 pitches, and that's what you're looking for if you're the pitcher coming back out after an inning where your team gets a run. You want that quick shutdown inning to get back in the dugout. The Beacons just have to do a little bit better job of working the at-bats. He was a little spotty around the zone. You talked a little about it. His walk-to-K ratio. You got to work the at-bats a little bit more if you're not getting the results you want.
Boudrias got things started for the Beacons in the first inning after the first 2 outs. He singled and would come around to score. He'll try to do the same thing again here. He rips this one down the first base line, but again, it's right to Walsh. Again, he'll take it himself. 5 pitches, and that's it. We're done with the third. A third of the way through here. Tied at 1 between the Beacons and the Owls at Monon Park. You're watching Little East Baseball on the Beacon Broadcast Network.
My name is Tyler Hart. Being on the track and field team here is the greatest decisions I've made besides coming to UMass Boston. When you train together in that sort of intensity, you build a bond with people who are training with you. It's like a higher level of friendship. It's like teammates, it's just a different level. My freshman year, I got a Rookie Athlete of the Year. Outdoor for my sophomore year, I was the first time I went to nationals. When I jump, it's a little difficult considering I have hereditary disorder known as amblyopia. There we go. It's pretty much just a partial blindness in the left eye. The best way to describe it is if you have decent prescriptions for contact lenses, you take one of the lenses out, and then you put your hand over the eye with that lens. That's my vision. I rely more on my steps as opposed to my visual perception of how far away the bar is. And since I can't see out of my left eye, I have to sit on the far left-hand side of the class. Hopefully coach for a few years, and coach some high school kids, maybe even coach on a college level as like an assistant coach, and go to PA school, and then do a 5-year program and try to get my loans paid back, and then go from there.
Welcome back to Monon Park, getting ready for the top of the 4th inning. Tyler Gammy, John Terracio, Ryan Linehan due up, and Steve, that last inning, 5 pitches. That was all the Beacons saw. What does that do now for Burgos? He gets back to the dugout before he can even get a sip of water. He's back out there on the mound.
Yeah, and that was a tough inning for him last inning just because he missed 1 pitch. I mean, that's the only pitch he missed was that slider up for the base hit to score that run. And other than that, I mean, he's not giving up. I mean, the hit. the way the guy that scored on base was a double play ball. You know, he's not getting hit around that much, and you know the results are just not indicative of how well he's been pitching so far.
Here comes the 1-1 to Gammy. Struck him out looking first time through the lineup. That one away. Haddy's tried to pull it back for the frame.
But also another thing I could hear Coach Agarbrod saying from here, we got to work this pitcher because you want to get to the bullpen. That's the way you win these double headers is get to the bullpen early, especially in the first game, so they don't have that dude to go to in that second game when it's a tight situation.
And you mentioned that with Burgos being such a workhorse. Talked about that earlier in the game and how valuable he can be to the Beacons in these doubleheader situations. And gave up the run last inning, but overall he's kept the pitch count down. He's been effective as this one's popped into very shallow right field. The second baseman will take it. That's Collins. And there's one down. Efficient again. He's only faced one full count.
Yeah, I mean, he's filling up the zone. They're swinging. You could see Keene State's a little bit frustrated with how well he's been able to spot. But, again, he's getting no run support on his end. They have to do a little bit better job of, you know, working those at-bats, getting guys on, and no one needs to have a hero hack. We're not looking for a guy to, well, the Beacons aren't looking for a guy to obviously put one over the fence. They just got to generate offense, you know, a little bit differently.
Chop to third. Eddie Riley dives, makes the stop, throws to first. And the Gold Glove finalist flashes the leather again.
Yeah, that was a great play. And obviously, Burgos is throwing ground balls. The infielders a little bit on their feet. You know, great play by Eddie right there to get the second out.
So that will bring up Ryan Linehan. He flew out to right field back in the second inning. And he takes strike one. Chopped back to the mound. Burgos gloves it, fires, and that will retire the side. 3 up, 3 down for the Owls in the fourth. We've played 3.5 here at Monin Park, each side with 1 apiece. You're watching Little East Baseball on the Beacon Broadcast Network. We'll be right back.
I came from a working class family. I grew up in a hard-edged section of Lowell, Massachusetts, and I lived with my 6 siblings and my parents in a 4-bedroom house that had 1 bathroom. I knew that the only way that I was going to get to where I wanted to get to was if I got a high-quality college education, and I had the University of Massachusetts right in my hometown. It made a difference. I'm the first undergraduate alumnus to lead this university. I'm very proud of that. I think with that comes a special responsibility as a steward, as a protector. Every student that I see that walks through the door, I mean, I see myself. I was exactly where they are now. I had their same challenges, their same aspirations, their same dreams. And it makes me want to fight for them. It makes me want to make sure that they get every opportunity that I got. I was literally able to transform my life because of the University of Massachusetts, and I want that for every single student that walks through the door.
Welcome back to Monin Park. Getting ready for the bottom of the fourth. I think the last inning, the bottom of the third, the top of the fourth, we saw 12 pitches, 13 pitches, something like that.
Yeah.
Flying through.
Yeah, and got Tessie on in the background, ready for the Red Sox season. Chris Sale getting extended, 5 years, 150. I feel like that's pretty reasonable.
I think it's a good deal, and a lot of people are hesitant about it because they say, oh, he breaks down, he can't throw that many innings. I think the plan is that, you know, for the first 2 years and change, yes, he'll be your ace, and then the worst case scenario is at the back end, you have a dominant closer.
Yeah, I mean, I've always been a huge fan of Sale. Absolutely disgusting stuff.
Yeah.
I went to a Sox game last year, and I sat. My buddy had like box seats right above home plate, so it was kind of like this.
Yeah.
Obviously up a little bit more, but you could see his slider just like in person and see what some of the MLB players that like obviously they see pitching like that all the time, but to see like their knees buckle,
Yeah.
and how they react to some of his
knees
movement.
buckle. Manny Machado.
Oh
That's the.
gosh.
He'll never let.
Oh,
he had to
yeah.
run away to
Yeah.
baseball obscurity in San Diego to get away from the embarrassment of that one. As Nick Herzog takes ball two, it will be Herzog, McCormick, and Keides due up for the Beacons in this inning. If anybody reaches Danny Brown, ironically, and I go to a good number of Red Sox games, but the only time I've ever seen Chris Sale live, he actually got lit up. It was a game against the Cleveland Indians 2 years ago, and Christian Vasquez hit a walk-off home run. The Red Sox were down like 5-0, and then like 7-4.
Yeah.
And then Vasquez hit a walk-off home run in the ninth that Bob Costas blew the call of because he thought it was a lazy fly ball to dead center. So I saw an incredible game when I went to see Chris Sale pitch, but I think he only threw like 3 or 4 innings. They gave him a pretty quick hook.
Well, maybe it was you in the stands.
Maybe. Well, I was telling people all day, I finally get to see Chris Sale. I can't
Yep.
wait. It's going to be so cool. And he gave up like 3 runs in the first inning. As Herzog takes ball 4, and he will head down to first. Beacons have the leadoff man on for the second time today. Danny Brown drew a leadoff walk back in the second. Here comes Ryan McCormick.
Yeah, and Heath looked a little upset right there. It looked like he was looking for that 2 inches off the plate strike that he's been getting all day. And that's tough to have the leadoff guy get on, especially in Herzog. He's one of those guys that's such a good base runner, as well as he has great speed.
This one is hit into left field. That is hooking. Will it stay fair? It will. A diving catch, though, by Zell will send Herzog retreating back to first.
Yeah, and he was on the move right there. So if that drops in, another first and third option. But the wind looked like it took it back a little bit, so it didn't fall down.
Nico Keides will step in. Part of the reason that's such a nice bounce-back pitch for Heath is it's got to be discouraging on that walk. You talked about him missing a spot. He threw as many pitches in that at-bat as he had the previous inning combined.
Exactly. But the Beaks are, Zog did a great job. Herzog did a great job of working the at-bat.
Did they get him here?
Ooh.
No, I don't think he got the tag down. The throw was in time, but I don't think Walsh ever tagged him at first. I think that's what the call's going to be here.
That was a great play by Herzog. He looked like he swam in.
Yeah.
I think he missed him. We can't really see from here. But everyone's saying yes around me, so I'm gonna go with a miss.
No, it was Connor Walsh at first, and the throw was in time. They should have had him.
Oh yeah.
And it looked like Walsh went to tag what would have been the left arm of Herzog, and Herzog just kind of picked the arm out. When Walsh slapped the glove down, there was nothing there to tag.
The old-fashioned swim move.
That's why they teach you go for the body, right? Go for the core with the tag.
Always.
You can't move that.
When I was an athlete.
Time is called. We all saw your at-bat last year.
Yeah. It's tough to believe.
That's the last time I saw you, so I had heard all day that you were going to get a hit. So I was very confused.
Yeah, well.
The runner goes. Pitch is high for a ball. The slide from Herzog. And the throw is in time. They got him. So perhaps a little bit of a case of ball don't lie.
Yeah. And Heath absolutely juiced on the mound. Obviously, that's a huge out for the Owls to get Herzog off the base, as well as 2 outs in the inning.
Second time Herzog's been caught this year. He's 7 for 9. The pitch to Keides.
Yeah, and a beautiful throw.
Breaking ball misses.
Beautiful throw by Fitzgerald. Good pop. But to bring it back to the at-bat.
Yeah.
I was not expecting. I was swinging first pitch, whatever it was.
I think we all knew that.
Hard throwing righty from Rhode Island College comes out and throws me a deuce first pitch. Like
he was trying. They were trying to. It was a Jeter when he had his last at bat. They're trying to groove you one. They're trying to set you up.
Well, I talked to him after the game, and he thought I was like a DH because I got a standing O from the crowd, which not surprised about. I did look like an athlete. I had the wrist taped up, but not expecting a curveball at all.
That one's grounded to third. Game over. Fires across the diamond. And that will retire the side. No hits, no runs, nobody left on base. 4 innings in the books. We're tied at 1 at Monon Park. You're watching Little East Baseball on the Beacon Broadcast Network.
The University of Massachusetts Boston, with its scenic oceanfront campus, easily accessible to downtown Boston, is recognized as a model of excellence for urban public universities. 16 NCAA Division III sports are part of the more than 100 student organizations that create an engaging campus life in America's biggest and best college town. UMass Boston, Boston's urban public research university for the 21st century.
Spring sports starting, obviously a lot going on campus, off campus. We take a look around Beaconville, just across the garage over here. Softball tied with Plymouth State. They're just getting started. Lacrosse with a big lead over Keene at halftime. Keene is
up 7.
Those are switched. Okay. All right. So still plenty of time. It's only the half.
Keene State's always pretty good in lax. They
Yep.
always dominate.
And then you got track and field as well competing this weekend.
Are they competing today over at Bridgewater? They are.
Yeah.
Wow. So everything got moved to today. Usually it's a big Saturday, but this weekend's a big Sunday. Obviously the weather, barring the weather,
Was
perfect day for.
Was the weather that bad yesterday?
I don't know. Today's unreal. I think it was a little windy.
Yeah.
40s and wind. That's no fun.
David Savigny will lead off for the Owls, followed by Tom Busey and then Sam Zell if anybody reaches Max Struthers as Burgos fires in a strike, finishing his second time through the lineup in 4 innings. He's struck out 4, allowed 3 hits, just 1 run. That pitch misses for a ball. A long look in from Burgos. He wanted to see exactly where that missed.
Is there a pitch count on? I thought on the live.
Yeah,
live
it's on
feed
here.
We have. What does Burgos have currently? 63 pitches. Thanks, Dave Wahlberg. 44 strikes. Great percentage, filling it up. Yeah, he's going to be that bull. It's 4 innings, 66 pitches. You know, you're looking to get 6 or 7 out of him today.
Check swing fouled down. Savigny grounded out to third. His first time up. The 1-2. That one's away for a ball. Neither team has gotten a runner to second base since the 3rd inning. Top of the 3rd, Max Struthers moved over on a single.
No, but Keene State's doing a much better job of working the at-bats and working Burgos a little bit more. You know, it seems that Heath's doing a great job for Keene State for just filling it up, but the Beacons are also swinging first, second pitch. And it hasn't really worked out too well for him as of yet.
Grounded to short. Hughie on the run. He throws in time. 1 down.
Yeah, the infield play impeccable for UMass Boston today. I mean, Eddie Riley, a couple good plays over at third. That's a great play for Hughie. Just making a little bit easier job for their pitcher in Burgos.
Tom Busey will step in, the righty. 9-hitter. He singled back in the 3rd. That one's in there for a strike. Meanwhile, if you want to compare pitch counts through 4 innings for Brandon Heath, he's thrown 52 pitches, 33 for strikes.
Burgos doing a good job working that inner half of the plate, but that curveball, that first pitch, was absolutely nasty.
Here's the 1-1. Comes back with a fastball, delivers strike 2. 1-2 the count to Busey. Burgos winds and fires. Jammed him with the breaking ball. It's popped out to center. Brown has a read on him. Fighting the sun. He can't find it. It's going to hit the ground next to him. Flying around the bases is Busey, although he will stop at second as Brown recovered quick. Looks to his left, looks to his right. And he had no idea where that ball was.
No idea. I mean, he played it off a kind of sort of good because I thought he had it. It looked like he was just shielding it, shielding the sun, but that's a tough one where, especially in center field, sometimes the balls get lost, especially like a blue sky like today, like I talked about. And that's something that, putting the ball in play, that's what's going to happen.
It will go in the books as a double. So with one out, a runner on second, back to the top of the lineup for the Owls, and Sam Zell takes strike one. Zell is 0 for 2. He reached and scored on a fielder's choice, though, back in the third. The lone run for the Owls.
Over 2, but this is their dude, like we talked about before. If he goes, they go. So a good position for the Owls here. Let's see what Burgos can do.
That one's in there for a strike. Quickly ahead, 0-2. And this would be a huge out, especially if he can get it with the punch out, avoid that runner moving over. Swing, and he got a piece of it.
Got a piece, but tough swing. Looked like he was fishing or swinging a sword on that one.
He was lucky to get a piece. That pitch was well outside.
Well outside, but nasty movement. I mean, you could see that thing bite from here.
0-2 the count. Here's the pitch. This one's hitting the center. Another chance for Brown coming in. He'll make the catch. Diving back to the bag at second is Musey. He's in there safely without a throw. There's 2 down.
2 down, and it looked like Brown was going to cock back and throw it to second, but I don't think Collins was on the back.
Yeah, nobody there. They might have had a shot.
Yeah, but Danny Brown has a great arm. Arguably, definitely the best in the outfield. McCormick would say he has the best arm in the outfield, but I would go with Danny Brown.
Max Struthers steps in. He's 1 for 2. Burgos trying to work around that double. That one misses low for ball 1. And that was not an easy read for Brown either, because that ball was falling fast, that one he got to.
Yeah, and you could see the wind playing a big part in the outfielders today. I mean, the Bigs haven't really put anything in the air. It's been mostly on the ground, a couple ground outs to first and third, as well as short, but they haven't really gotten the ball in the air to see how the Keene State Owls can really maneuver the outfield.
Strike 1 to Struthers. 4 strikeouts in his first 5 hitters for Burgos. Hasn't gotten one since. And takes a long look in. Comes set, looks back to second a couple of times, now delivers. A late call, strike 2. That one just up at the letters.
And that's something, he's been working a lot slower from the stretch instead of the windup. Not really having that rhythm.
The 1-2. Chopped back to the mound. Burgos fields it cleanly, throws to first, and that will retire the side. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, 1 man left on base. We're halfway through. Nothing decided yet. Tied at 1 between the Beacons and the Owls. Keep it here. You're watching Little East Baseball on the Beacon Broadcast Network.
My name is Albie Daly. I'm from Able Park, New York. I'm a forward on the UMass Boston men's hockey team, and my current major is exercise and health sciences. Being a member of the men's hockey team is a tremendous honor, just because being able to play collegiate sport while pursuing my dreams of becoming a physical therapist and studying what I'd like to in school means a lot. My favorite memory as a member of the men's hockey team would probably be a big goal that I scored last year, the NCAA quarterfinals, the ECAC's quarterfinals against University of New England.
What a turn in momentum!
Just because it was a big boost for both myself and our team moving forward.
Perfect shot right there over the shoulder of the goaltender Trost.
Frozen Fenway was just our outdoor game at Fenway Park, and it was a tremendous experience. I think both for me and the guys on the team, and the program as a whole. But we got to see the Red Sox locker room, which was an awesome experience, and just being at Fenway Park when you go to school in Boston is second to none, really, and that's what you look for you know, when you're trying to experience collegiate athletics, and it's a really cool thing to be a part of. Being a student athlete at UMass Boston is a tremendous honor just because it gives you the chance to really focus on your studies in a great academic environment while, you know, pursuing what you want athletically. So it's a pretty powerful thing.
Danny Brown will lead things off for the Beacons here in the bottom of the fifth. Bottom three for UMass Boston. Brown, Collins, and Hughie. If anybody reaches, we will see Eddie Riley.
And Heath just working in that curveball. Very commanding. I mean, we talked about it, that they don't have that hard-throwing righty that they usually have. But he's been doing a great job of you know, picking and choosing when to throw that curveball, as well as keeping the Beaks off balance.
That pitch misses for a ball count, even at 1-1. Brown walked to start the second inning. Beacons have not had a hit since the first. They've had a couple guys reach on walks. That is it. Strike 2 to Brown. In fact, Heath has retired 7 of the last 8 he has faced.
Yeah, and again, we don't need – the Beacons don't need that hero hack. They just need to get runners on base any way possible. And I think that's something that they haven't done a great job today of manufacturing those guys on base other than the hits.
The 2-2 is chopped foul, first base side.
Interesting to see Coach Agabrod over on the third base side. He was always in the dugout with Bob Barrett leaving, as well as Kevin Kelly. Agabrod taking the reins on third base as coach.
Hit into left, falling fast, look out, and it's caught by Zell. The last second he made the adjustment to get under that one. There's one down. There's Ryan Collins. Collins was robbed of a hit his first time up. Remember, he lined that one back to Heath. Heath sort of just found in his pocket, turned it into a double play as they got Brown, who was stealing on the play.
Yeah, but someone like him who's in a slump, you know, that barrel was definitely a good wake-up call for him. Let's see what he could do this at-bat, but, you know, string a couple of those together, and he's back in the game.
Heath misses outside, ball 1. That one's in there for a strike. Count back to 1-1. Fouled straight back into the netting. Now 1-2 to Collins.
Can we get an update on March Madness? I know you were talking a little about the Tennessee game.
Yeah, I saw Tennessee and Iowa were within 3 points. I saw everybody on Twitter tweeting that's not a foul. So the refs have ruined the game, apparently, for all intents and purposes.
Wow.
That one's high for a ball. Yeah, 70-67 Tennessee with just under a minute to go. I'm excited for Zion and Taco Fall. Look, Zion's fun to watch, but give me 7-6 Taco Fall just out there dominating guys. That is true entertainment to me.
And what time is that game?
I think it's like 5:15, 5:30.
Awesome.
Something like that.
Yeah. Right after the doubleheader of the Beaks.
Yep.
Tune in.
Steve will be on the call for that one, actually. He's flying out of here to go get that. The 2-2 pitch. Struck him out looking on the outside part of the plate. Collins can't believe it, and there's 2 down.
That's a tough one. I mean, that was 2 inches off the plate, but he's been calling it all day, so consistency.
Yeah, I mean, like we said at the beginning, you know, every umpire is going to have their own strike zone. None are perfect. All you can ask for is consistency, because if you at least know what you're looking for, you can adjust.
Exactly. It looks like we have 2 Keene State players running on the field.
And jogging over to the bullpen. The umpire sees him now. So perhaps...
Oh, he dropped the ball.
Perhaps maybe a sign that Brandon Heath's day is just about done. He's at 64 pitches through 4 2/3. And I'm sure the Beacons would like to get into that bullpen, as they have struggled mightily really since the second inning against Heath.
They have. And sometimes, you know, in the St. Joseph's of Maine, their game, they were getting diced up by the starter for 4 or 5 innings, but getting that bullpen, that's where they opened it up and had a couple big innings. So I'm sure that's what they're looking to do, is really grind ABs and get Heath out of this game.
The 1-1. That is flared into right field. It will fall for a base hit. The first hit the Beacons have had since the first inning, and it comes from the shortstop, Charlie Hugie. Beacons are in business now with 2 outs.
In business and a good couple at bats, making Heath work, not swinging at the first pitch and rolling over to first, or really making him work and be in that zone.
And so we will see what Eddie Riley can do. He is 0 for 2 with the strikeout. Third time through the order now for Heath. Throws back over to first. Hugie back just in time. That's a nice move Heath has over to first base. Remember, he almost got, was it Hugie or no, Herzog? He almost got Herzog earlier.
That is a nice move, but look at Hugie's lead. I mean, that's a healthy lead.
Long hold by Heath, and now he steps off.
Obviously trying to get that runner to second base so you have a runner in scoring position with 2 outs. So it's interesting to see if Hugie does go on this pitch.
A little shorter this time out. Here's the pitch. That's up, ball 1.
Yeah, and in a situation like this, Heath's thinking about Hugie on first, and that's something he hasn't done all day, is really think about the guy on the bases. So that pitch looked a little bit rushed. It'll be interesting to see, another check over at first, but he's definitely thinking about Hugie over at first.
Charlie's stolen 4 bases in 5 tries so far this season. Been caught just once. Now he's back to a nice big lead. That's as big as it's been. Here's the pitch. The ball gets away from the catcher, and that's going to get Hugie up to second easily. Call it a pass ball.
Pass ball, but it looked like a pitch out, and he just threw it at the knees. And Hugie saw that as he took 2 steps and stopped. But like we talked about, something that Keene State has not had to worry about all day with a runner on base.
I think some of what happened, too, is that the Keene State dugout yelled going, and Linehan started to pop up out of his crouch, and I think adjusted when he saw he wasn't. The adjustment killed him. It's not going to matter, though, as Riley grounds it right back to Heath to retire the side. No runs on 1 hit, no errors. There was 1 man left on base. 5 full in the books. It's the Owls 1 and the Beacons 1 on the Beacon Broadcast Network. Fernando Burgos back out for his 6th inning of work. Alex Barth, Steve Witkowski with you on the Beacon Broadcast Network. Still a tie game. Beacon scored in the bottom of the 1st. Keene State answered in the top of the 3rd. Just 1 aside. That is it. It'll be the big bats for the Owls here coming up. Connor Walsh, Connor Longley, and Tyler Gammy due up if anybody reaches John Terrasio. Walsh has struck out once. He also single drove in a run in the 3rd. Stepping in for the 3rd time as Burgos wipes the dirt behind the mound and steps in.
Some good buzz here at Monin Park today. Some serious heads in the stands on this beautiful Sunday.
Yeah, good crowd. Great day to come out. Beautiful day to play, too. The 1-0. away for a ball.
And no one moving yet in the Beacons bullpen. You can see the Beacons bullpen head coach, Brian Kaufman, out in the bullpen, waiting for his call. But it looks like, obviously not the best start, but it looks like Burgos is going strong.
I mean, 1 run through 5 innings. You can't ask for much more than that. It's more so been the offense.
Yeah, I mean, 3 balls in a row might have jinxed him.
That one's just catches for a strike. Grounded towards short. Hughie a couple steps in. 1 down.
Yeah, got under the hands there. He's going to have to pick up his thumbs before he has to go back to the dugout. Great pitch by Burgos right there.
The designated hitter, number 34.
Now we'll bring up Connor Longley, the designated hitter. He's 0 for 2, struck out and popped up. Burgos up after that one up to 84 pitches. Longley digs in from the left side. And got a bit of a shift on for him with Collins playing out on what would be the outfield grass. Grounded to first. Boudrias is going to take care of it himself, and there's 2 down.
Yeah, and you know, we touched on a little bit the bullpen for the Beaks, but Coach Egerbrod always said, you know, usually by the first weekend of conference play, usually likes to have everything figured out. You know, who's his go-to guy in a situation, or you know, closer. Obviously, you have Bobby Tremendozi, who's been lights out for his career here at UMass Boston for all 4 years. But the other like little situations, you know, who do you bring in if there's a guy on second and third, no outs, and you need a K? You know, little situations like that. I don't know if this Beacons team has figured out exactly who their go-to guy is yet. So that'll be interesting from a standpoint, not just today, but over time in those double headers. You know, who do they go to in those situations?
Burgos quickly gets up 0-2 here on Tyler Gammy. Well, he's already struck out once. Nobody on, 2 outs, top of the 6th, tied at 1. The 0-2 pitch from Burgos. And he drilled him right between the numbers.
0-2 pitch, and he's upset. I mean, that's a tough one because that just got away. 0-2, can't make a mistake like that. Now you put a guy on, and obviously extend the pitch count.
Gammy gives the thumbs up to the dugout, so he will stay in the game. John Terracio steps in. He is walked and grounded out. Burgos delivers outside for a ball. After you hit a guy, Steven, you see it right there with Burgos. He goes well into the other batter's box. Is there sort of a time where you overcompensate, where you're more aware?
No, I think that was just a slider that just got away. And he's always got a good head on his shoulders, where if he makes a mistake, he'll take a deep breath, maybe a walk around the mound, and you know, let that go. And as well as a pitcher, you know, I used to hit guys all the time. That was kind of my MO. Motto.
You're a regular Pedro Martinez.
Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things where obviously he's kind of frustrated right now. See, he's taking a step around. Obviously take a break and hop back on that mound and start filling it up again.
3 pitches away, all balls. We'll see if he tries to come back inside here at 3-0.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they get someone at least jogging around a little bit and stretching, because of the fact that he started the first guy off 3-0, obviously hits the gentleman on first, but and as well as he's back to 3-0. So his control is lacking a little bit. So it'll be interesting to see if they do have someone just run around and stretch their body.
3-1 the count. Gammy on first. Terracio the batter. Here's the pitch. Line back up the middle for a base hit. Gammy will hold at second. But more 2-out hitting, and that's what's killed both teams in this game. And we'll bring up Ryan Linehan, the catcher. Linehan 0 for 2. Let's put balls in play both at bats.
Keene State has some momentum going here. Danny Gamble going to come out and talk to his pitcher.
And what does he say here in the situation? Because obviously not coming to pull him, not buying time with nobody warming up is purely a strategy meeting.
Yeah, I mean, just let him know, hey, You gotta shake that hit by pitch. Obviously, a tough mistake. In this situation, just gotta fill it up. He's been dominant all day. First and second, they're not hitting him too well. Just gotta have it throw it over the plate.
And they break the meeting, a relatively quick meeting. A couple players stay out there. It's
the classic
Heidi's and Hughie.
The classic Dan Gamble jog. Fast, but it looks like he's going a little bit faster than he actually is. A lot of arm movement as well.
So again, the batter will be Ryan Linehan, the catcher. He's 0 for 2. He flew out to right and grounded back to the pitcher. Both of his at-bats, he was the final out of the inning. Burgos trying to make it 3 for 3 here on that. And delivers a first pitch strike, and that is a big first pitch strike for Fernando Burgos.
Yeah, and that's definitely what Gamble said. It's like, hey, Coach Gamble, hey, just fill it up. Don't be too fancy. Your fastball's moving. He tried going to that slider a couple times, and it was like that's where he got behind in the counts. Just fill it up, make him hit it, because they're really not hitting him that hard.
All right, the couple of hits have just been line drives back up the middle, and then the one double that Brown lost in the sun is Burgos now ahead 0-2. Runners on second and first. 2 outs in a 1-1 ball game in the top of the 6th. Fernando Burgos trying to get out of his biggest jam of the day. A long look in on Linehan. Looks back to second, delivers. And he missed ball 1. Squirted away from Kaides, but he was able to get to it quickly.
Yeah, I wonder if he goes fastball in here. Been commanding that inside part of the plate all day, and he didn't even bite on that slider.
It's now 1-2 the count. Runners take their leads. Burgos comes set and delivers. Outside ball, too. That one just missed.
Just missed. And if you're, that was a good spot, just a little bit low.
And time is called. Linehan briefly steps out. Burgos ready, sets, delivers. Chopper between short and third. Hughie's there. Long throw in time. Got him. Inning over. Charlie Hughie shows off the arm, and that will do it for the Owls in the 6th. They get no runs on 1 hit. There were no errors. They leave 2 runners on base. We head to the bottom of inning number 6. Tied at 1. It's the Beacons and the Owls here on the Beacon Broadcast Network.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and I know how powerful words can be. The term gay doesn't mean stupid, lame, or less than.
So I pledge to speak up if I hear the term gay used in a derogatory way or any other homophobic terms.
If you can play in Division III.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and my teammates unconditionally accepted me as part of their family. So now I pledge to do the same for others. If you can play in Division III.
Anthony Cesare will lead off for the Beacons, followed by Kyle Boudrias and Nick Herzog, the 2, 3, and 4 hitters. And Steve, the Beacons got to start getting a Brandon Heath here to get later in this game.
They don't have to get to him. They just have to get him out of the game. You know, it doesn't mean that they have to do too much, because that's the misconception, is they have to, you know, get on base somehow, some way. Whether that's putting the ball in play and making Keene State make that mistake, or, you know, getting on base by hit by pitch, walk, whatever it is.
Strike one. Cesare stays ahead in the count, 2-1. He is 0 for 2, a strikeout and a ground out.
But, I mean, Heath doing a great job just filling it up, so they got to attack.
This one is fouled straight back. 2-2 now to Cesare. They can get to Boudrias and Herzog. Those two have reached in 3 of their combined 4 at-bats, so you get Cesare on base for them, and it'll put you in business. He flares this one out to right center field. That's going to take a hop and get down, and there you go. A man on for the Beacons. They have the leadoff hitter on for the 3rd time in 6 innings.
Cesare, such a smooth swing, such a smooth lefty swing. Great base hit right there. Get the boys going. Need a little juice, need a little buzz. They need something in this inning. Obviously, with Burgos struggling a little bit, we have some action in the bullpen. I can't see the number, even though the numbers on these jerseys are absolutely insane. I want to say Doherty.
Looks like it's a single digit.
Oh, then I'm completely
Maybe,
off.
possibly. I don't know. There's a strike.
I don't know. I think we got 2 digits out there.
I might be looking at the catcher.
Yeah, you're definitely looking at the wrong person.
Yeah, because the mound's on the left, right? The mound's more towards center field. Okay, I was looking at the catcher. Throws over to first. Nobody home. Yeah, it's been a while.
But big having the leadoff guy get on. You know, Heath very cognizant of who is on the bases, and sometimes, I mean, we saw it last inning or 2 innings ago when Hughie was on. You know, he pays a lot of attention to that. So that's something that you need to spark a little bit of a rally. Some guys on base.
0-2 the count as Heath quickly gets ahead of Boudrias. Scored the lone run Kyle Boudrias has of the game for the Beacons. That came all the way back in the 1st inning. Here's the pitch. High ball 1.
And he's missing up when he has guys on first or second, just because he's rushing his delivery. So that's something to see, especially with the meat of the order. If he's missing up, that's big for the Beaks hitting-wise.
And you see the double tag there to make sure that Cesare is back on the bag.
Another long hold.
Yeah, waiting on the 1-2 pitch, and finally Boudrias steps out.
In the first couple innings, well, it was like 2 through 4. It was moving quick. Now it's like watching paint dry these last couple at bats.
I was outside for a ball. 2-2.
Who do you have in your bracket?
Who do I have in my bracket? I have Tennessee, who looks like is going to win. Michigan, Duke, and North Carolina. Duke, North Carolina is my final.
Nice.
So my general, I don't win every year, but I feel like I do pretty well more often than not since I adopted my strategy. I just take the best player, and I have the best player win the whole thing, and then I just go from there.
Interesting.
So Duke this year. I had Arizona last year. Did not work out well last year with DeAndre Ayton, as that one's outside for a ball.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you had Virginia last year. They almost lost to 16.
I think I did it. I think I had Virginia in the Final Four. Yeah, that was something to say. Payoff pitch to Boudrias. Heck of a battle here for him. High ball 4. He draws the walk. And the Beacons have 2 on for the cleanup hitter, Nick Herzog.
And that's something they, a little late in the game to start doing this, but they're doing a great job of battling and working at bats. I mean, we talked about it all day, make him make the mistake. And he just missed on that fastball up. And no action in the Keene State pen so far. Oh, I stand corrected.
And they're going to get somebody up now, and this may be buying time to get somebody warm as the pitch count is starting to rise for Brandon Heath.
Starting to rise, and it looks like he's fatigued. Some of these players early in the year, especially starters, aren't as ready for 7 or 8 innings.
Yeah, 82 pitches for Heath so far, 50 of those for strikes. And meeting breaks up.
Looks like Sean O'Donnell is warming up in the pen. Number 46 for Keene State. So let's see what the Beacons do here. Obviously, your dude, 3-hitter, captain, highest average on the team. First and second, no outs. Big position here for Herzog.
Herzog's not yet been retired. He reached on an error and walked. And he's showing bunt here. And the pitcher's behind him. And a long look out to the mound.
Zog didn't even move, which I was pretty surprised about. Almost scraped the top of his helmet.
This is an interesting call here. I know that the baseball textbook, Baseball for Dummies, says first and second, nobody out, you bunt. But you have your cleanup hitter and a guy who's hit well today, and he's just going to wear that one. I don't know. Those were 2 pretty inside.
Those were 2 pretty inside, but he wasn't looking at him, obviously. But in that situation, with a team like, and I think the coach is coming out to see if he tried to move out of the way, because that's a very arguable rule and such an easy rule to get skewed or think differently if your team's on the other side of it.
So the bases are full of Beacons for Ryan McCormick. He has the Beacons' lone RBI back in the first inning. That came on a base hit. He is 1 for 2.
And I was saying, in a situation like that, Keene State, 946 fielding percentage, might not be the worst idea to try to throw down a bunt. But they have bases loaded, no outs.
First pitch strike to McCormick. Came in today hitting 200. He has driven in 4 runs in 30 at-bats. That one skips in. Ball 1.
Yeah, and he had a great year last year. Obviously a tough start to this year. A little slower. But obviously a great player to have in this position with bases loaded, no outs.
The 1-1. And he rips that one. It's gloved at first. They're not going to be able to get the double play as Walsh couldn't get back up in time to get to the bag. That gets by Walsh. That's a base clearing double.
Base clearing triple maybe. That's tough.
That's the second time the Beacons have been robbed like that today. You remember the comebacker back to Heath he grabbed and turned into a double play. And the Beacons probably avoid what could have been a very bad situation if Walsh recovers a bit quicker and can get to the bag.
Yeah, I mean, that was scorched. Obviously a great job by Nick Herzog to get back to the bag. But a big spot for Nico here as a freshman in his first conference play.
And they're going to go out and talk players-only meeting on the mound, Linehan, Walsh, and Heath. And now Gamey comes in. They figure out how they want to handle this.
Yeah, and I wonder if they're talking about possible back pick. I mean, it's kind of tough in this situation because you're having a meeting and it's not so discreet. But maybe they're talking, hey, Herzog has 4 or 5 steps off. If he's not looking, don't be afraid to throw it down.
To the set. Heath delivers. And that one's in there for a strike.
And Coach Agerbro giving numbers you know, the third baseman playing a little bit far back, and we really haven't seen Heath's athleticism yet. Be interesting to see if they drew something up.
Low for a ball. Count goes to 1-1. This next pitch will be the 90th of the afternoon for Brandon Heath.
Yeah, you got to figure it's close to the end for Brandon Heath. You know, obviously he wants to be in the position to obviously as a senior, you know, to finish off this inning.
Heath nods, sets, kicks and delivers. That's outside for a ball. Now it just catches the corner. Strike two, 2-2 to Kites here. One out, bases loaded. Tied at 1 in the bottom of the 6th.
You got to put this in play. Can't have a strikeout here.
The pitch. And he just goes out and pokes it. That's going to fall in the right center field. It's going to be at least one. They're going to wave Boudrias home. Here he comes without a throw. A 2 RBI base knock for the freshman Nico Kites, and the Beacons go back in front 3-1.
And such a good job hitting there. Curveball, outside corner, just went with it, threw the hands out, and got it right over the second baseman for a base hit. 2-run single. See, no need for hero hacks, no need for a double in the gap. Very, very, very good inning for the Beacons.
And that may be it for Brandon Heath. And it is. They're going to go to the pen. So we will step aside. New pitcher coming up. Beacons jump out to a lead. Bottom of the 6th. 3-1 UMass Boston on the Beacon Broadcast Network.
What separates UMass Boston from other schools is the fact that a large percentage of students commute. For me, it takes 2 hours each day to go to and from school, but every second has been worth it because the students that come here are serious about learning, they value their education, and understand where it'll take them in the future. This is what UMass Boston means to me.
Sean O'Donnell will be the new pitcher for the Owls, the right-hander, a junior from Pepperell, Massachusetts.
Where is Pepperell?
North central Massachusetts, kind of.
Okay.
It's kind of. Do you know where Orange, Massachusetts is?
No.
Auburn, Massachusetts.
Auburn. I'm a 990 guy.
Okay, yeah, it's a little east.
Guy.
It's north and east of that.
Okay. Okay.
O'Donnell comes in, is making his 7th appearance. He started one game, 1-1 with a 4.50 ERA in 12 innings, allowed 21 hits, 8 runs, 6 of them earned. He has struck out 10 and walked just 1, so somebody who is going to attack the zone. The semifinal line for Brandon Heath, 5 1/3 innings, 5 hits, 3 runs, 2 of them earned, 4 strikeouts, 3 walks against 24 batters faced. He is still responsible for the runners on the corners with just 1 out. O'Donnell will try to erase that.
Yeah, I mean, he had a good day. Filled it up, mixed well. The Beacons had a tough time really trying to attack and get a ton of runs across the board, but this inning has fared them well.
Danny Brown will step in. He's walked and flown out so far today. Resetting the runners, it's Herzog on third. He was hit by a pitch and then went first to third on the Kites single, and it's Kites still at first, coming off of his 2 RBI base hit.
Yeah, and we
that
saw
broke our tie.
We saw them throw I believe it was the first inning, 1st and 3rd. The guy in first stole, so it'd be interesting to see if they put Nico in motion here.
As the first pitch misses for a ball. O'Donnell looks in, checks to first, comes to the set. Winds and fires. That's a strike, 1-1.
It's a strike, but 2 inches off the plate. It's a tough one for Danny Brown.
O'Donnell sets, delivers. Brown thought about it, held up at the last second, ball 2.
Yeah, and O'Donnell, watching him warm up, he has a pretty nasty slider. And I think we just saw it right there.
Yeah. Here's the pitch. Showing bunt, and it will go foul. So count even at 2-2. Brown trying to get one down. And like you mentioned, with the defensive struggles Keene State's had, just put the ball in play.
Exactly. And that was an interesting move, especially with a 2-1 count. But it didn't look like they were crashing too hard. It was a tough pitch to bunt, though, with the slider on the inside hands.
This one's ripped to first, snagged by Walsh, throws to the plate, and Nick Herzog is going to get caught in a pickle. I think if he'd kept running, he just would have been safe. And the runners will advance to second and third, so there's nowhere for Herzog to go now. He will be tagged out.
Yeah, that's a tough one. If he slid, the throw was on the other side of the plate. If he slid, I think he would have been safe. But obviously, that's a tough judgment.
So nobody scores. Now 2 outs, runners on second and third.
And the catcher actually dropped the ball too.
Yeah, coming up the base. Although he couldn't have seen that, he had his back to
exactly.
Second baseman number 4, Ryan Collins.
And they ruled that a fielder's choice.
Second and third, 2 outs.
First pitch to Collins is in there for a strike. But now the Beacons should have it set up pretty well for their bullpen. You go one more inning of Burgos perhaps, and then set up man closer. You can limit the arms you have to use in game 1 of this doubleheader as that one misses for a ball.
Yeah, it'll be interesting if they...
Actually, Burgos at 98 pitches.
Yeah,
he may be done.
Exactly, and a long inning like this. I know it's not too cold outside, but it's also not 80 degrees Florida weather.
What do you even say? You go 7, 8, 9. If you can get 2 innings from your setup guy, that's right back at us. 1 and 2 the count.
Yeah, it was a tough pitch. Inside part of the hands. O'Donnell doing a good job commanding both sides of the plate right now.
The 1-2 pitch. Fouled back again. Good job by Ryan Collins to extend the at-bat.
Yeah, and obviously if you're the Beacons, you're trying to push these 2 runs across. So maybe you don't have to use Bobby Tramandosi in this first game.
Strike 3, got him looking. Down goes Collins.
Got him looking. That was a nasty slider.
That was a great pitch. That will do it for the Beacons in the 6th. But they get, let's see here, 2 runs on 2 hits. There were no errors. There were 2 men left on base. 6 innings in the books. It's UMass Boston 3, Keene State College 1 on the Beacon Broadcast Network.
UMass Boston was my first choice because when I came to the campus, I saw that there was a lot of diversity. There's a lot of people. Here there's a lot of international students, so it's really cool to meet people from different countries, different parts of the world. I'm Julia Murphy. I'm from Canton, Massachusetts.
I'm Olivia Murphy. I'm from Canton, Massachusetts.
We're sisters.
We're sisters.
I play volleyball and she plays basketball. Here they have a freshman success community. So each major has their own community that you can join as a freshman, and you take classes with them, you do study groups with them. So it was really helpful getting to know people in your major right away.
So in health exercise sciences, we have an internship at the end, where it's so much better to have like an advisor helping you out, like telling you which classes to choose.
A view into the back bay and down. You see downtown Boston on your right, back bay on the middle and somewhat on the left, and the new tower that's gone up. the four seasons, something like that tower. They finally took the crane down, though, so the Prudential and the John Hancock go back to being the 2 tallest buildings in Boston.
There you go.
Which to a lifelong Bostonian like me actually means something. Taking a look around Beaconville, UMass Boston's jumped out to a 2-0 lead over across the street in softball in Plymouth State. They're in the third quarter up at Keene. Lacrosse trails 12-3. And track and field going on earlier today as well. For details on how that meet went, visit beaconathletics.com. With 98 pitches, they will put Fernando Burgos back out on the mound.
Yeah.
Start his 7th inning of work against the 8-9-1 hitters, David Savigny, Tom Musey, and Sam Zell.
And I think he has one batter. If he walks this guy, he's out.
Yeah, I would imagine it's a relatively short leash.
Yeah, but I mean, obviously, he's your senior. He's your bulldog. You want to see if he can go out there and deliver 3 outs and make the bullpen do a little bit less.
Burgos looks in, kicks, and delivers. Misses for a ball, and count goes to 2-1.
Yeah, and you can tell his accuracy is a little bit off. Obviously, 100 pitches in, but he's kind of all over the place right now.
And the temperature now starting to go back down the other way. Is at 58. Got as high at 58, still 55, still warm. But like you talked about there in between innings, a long break, not the warmest day. That's something that's going to weigh on any pitcher's arm.
Yeah, and you can see he keeps stretching out his arm.
That one's popped into right field. Herzog, a couple of steps back, fighting off the sun. He makes the catch.
But that's what you need, you know. You just got to fill it up. You got those 2 runs to play with. You just got to go out there and throw the ball down right down the middle and see how far they can hit it. They really haven't hit anything over the outfielders' heads today.
Tom Musey steps in. He's 2 for 2, the 9-hitter, single and a double. The double was the ball that Danny Brown lost track of out in center field. That was back in the 5th inning.
Yeah, I think that was the farthest ball hit all day.
Yeah.
At least for Keene State.
Here's the 1-0.
Good pitch.
So the strike count goes to 1-1. Misses. No, that's in there. Another late strike call. 1-2.
That's a big pitch for Burgos to get on top of the batter like that. Obviously, you don't want him falling behind like he has recently in the last couple of hitters.
See if you can put this guy away here. This would be big. And it's chopped foul. And grabbed by Burgos.
Couple good plays by Burgos today off the mound.
Yeah.
Couple good PFPs.
Pitcher fielding practice.
Yep.
For all the NARPs out there. I mean, I'm one of them, but I look at baseball.
What does NARP stand for?
Non-athletic regular
Okay.
person. My roommates in college were baseball. One of them was a baseball player, so
okay.
I'm in on your lingo. This is for ball. It's 2-2. I was like right on the border.
Does that mean I'm a NARP now?
I think there's like a transitionary period. I think you're transitioning to NARPhood.
Okay.
Count goes full.
NARPhood. Nice. Cool. Interesting.
Yeah. Welcome.
Yeah. Hey, thank you. Glad to be here.
Full count now for Musey. Burgos peers over, going real quick here, delivers. That one's hitting the left field, heading back towards the wall, looking up as McCormick turns around. That ball is... Did that get out? Yes, it's gone. Home run. Tom Musey, and it's a 1-run game. Got that up there, rode the jet trails, and put it out over the wall in left field by the Rockland Trust sign. That ball went a ways.
Yeah, we talked about it. You know, I said, let's see how far they can hit it, fill it up.
There you go.
And he did. I mean, that's a tough situation because that was the 9-hitter, and now you have back top of the lineup.
And I wonder if that was it for Burgos one way or the other. They were just going to let him go through the lineup and make the switch when Zell came in one way or the other. You hate to see him leave the game in that spot given how he pitched.
You do, and that's a tough situation. You know, you try to extend your senior leader. He pitched great. You know, just that one ball, that slider that he left over the middle that got a base hit that scored 1 run, and that inside fastball that was just taking over the monster.
The new pitcher is going to be Matt Dema, the junior from Worcester, a St. Joseph's College transfer. And my guess is they're going to look to him here for 5 outs.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, this is a gray area. Who knows what they're going to look for exactly. What they're going to look is 2 outs right now and then reassess the situation after this inning. But haven't seen Matt Dema pitch. I know he's a transfer. Heard he has some good velo. He didn't pitch that much. I don't know if you have the statistics line of his.
Yeah, I got it right here. Or sorry,
I
have this here. I can get his St. Joe's.
Yeah, but I mean, that doesn't really matter now. You know, he's a beacon, and having a good year so far. A lot of buzz, a lot of good buzz around him on the team. They said, you know, he's got a good right arm and has some nasty stuff. So this is a big position for him. Obviously, conference is you want to be that guy to go to, and it just looks like he's got a good fastball and a nasty deuce.
Last year, 9 games made, 5 starts, went 2-1 with a 1.57 ERA. He's been used out of the bullpen this year, 3 appearances. He's given them 5 innings, so he is somebody who can give you more than just 3 outs. A 1.80 ERA. Opponents hitting 167 against him. Before we give you any more on Dema, the final line on Burgo, 6 1/3, allowed 6 hits, 2 runs, both of them earned, 4 strikeouts. They came in the first 5 batters, walked 1. Faced 27 hitters, and if the score holds, he would be in line for the win. So yeah, Dema guy who had success as a starter in his previous stop, now here with the Beacons. Early success as a reliever through 3 appearances. And he'll take over against the top of the order. Sam Zell is 0 for 3. He did reach on a fielder's choice and score.
Yeah, I mean, he had some good stuff warming up. It should be interesting to see what's his go-to pitch.
And ducking out of the way is Zell in an auspicious start for Dema, but there's that velocity.
Yeah, there's that velocity, and it seems like he's got some swagger out there. Sometimes coming in hot out of the pen in a conference game, the first conference game of the year, being the first reliever, you got a little juice in your system, and throwing up and in first pitch definitely shows that.
I mean, sends a message for sure. Delivers and backs him off again. Matt Dema not afraid to throw inside. 2 runs on 6 hits for Keene State. 3 runs on 5 hits for the Beacons. Just trying to get this one to Tramondosi. That misses outside for a ball.
Yeah, a big thing for Agabrot to see who his go-to guys are out of the pen is just fill it up, throw strikes, get outs, don't be too fancy, and just attack. And I think that's what we're going to see is who really is that go-to guy out of the pen for the Beacons. And I don't know if they know that yet themselves.
That was popped straight back. Dema now with a full count, working on the leadoff hitter, Sam Zell. Comes to the set. Here's the pitch. Fouled off again.
And he got behind in the initial count, so he hasn't really shown his breaking stuff yet. Just coming straight fastball.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with the fastball away, and there's 2 down.
Fastball away in the other batter's box. I mean, that's a tough position for Sam Zell. I mean, their best hitter. Got to try to lay off that.
Absolutely.
Max Struthers.
Bailed out Dema, though, so let's see, if he could kind of hone it in a little bit. Obviously, missing inside, and it doesn't look like his accuracy is pinpoint, but he does have some nasty stuff.
Here's the pitch. And that one's in there for a strike, back to 1-1. Struthers is 1 for 3. He singled back in the third. 1-1 breaking ball is high.
First breaking ball of the day for Dema.
Looks like there's more movement in the Beacons bullpen. I see a couple guys stretching, nobody throwing. The 2-1. Jammed him and it's fouled back. That was a nice pitch.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing a good job of throwing inside. Obviously, that first pitch, just a little up and in, but he's got to command both sides of the plate as well as fill it up coming out of the pen in a conference game.
Dema sets, kicks, and delivers. Misses up and in again. Count goes full, back-to-back hitters. It's actually now 3 hitters in a row if you go back to Burgos' last hitter. Full counts in the last 3 batters. Owls being very patient. Here's the payoff pitch. Grounded up over the glove of Dema. Getting there is Collins. He throws to first to retire the side. The Owls get 1 on the home run by Musey. No other runs, no other hits, no errors. Nobody left on base. We head to stretch time here at Monin Park. It's UMass Boston 3, Keene State 2 on the Beacon Broadcast Network.
People at UMass Boston, they're here because they know they can have an impact, not just on research, but on people, on their students.
This is just a starting point. It only has potential to grow, and it has a big potential to grow up.
You're really having a direct impact on people's lives, and you can see that now, and you can see that years from now.
So I think it's becoming like the place that people want to go. What UMass Boston is able to offer to its young people, it certainly stands out to that mission that was set right out in the beginning. It's something UMass Boston should be and can be very proud about.
I didn't hear you singing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game," Steve.
I thought we had someone do that over the loudspeaker. I thought that was Dave Walmer
I thought it
or
was
Seth
gonna be you.
Zorinsky.
I thought it was going to. Where's Seth? He was here for like a minute.
He's got a million things going on. You know him.
We head to the bottom of the 7th. It will be 9-1-2 for the Beacons. Charlie Hughey, Eddie Riley, Anthony Cesare. And Hughey takes a first pitch ball. The Beacons trying to respond. They got 2 runs in the bottom of the 6th. Owls answered with 1 on the home run in the top of the 7th. So now trying to get a little more breathing room here for their bullpen as Hughey jumps ahead 2-0.
Yeah, especially with Dema. You know, I don't know if they'd go back to him in this situation. Again, this is a whole gray area. Last year, you know, it was Kauf in the situation in conference play, Brian Kaufman, and that was kind of solidified. So it's interesting to see, you know, where they're gonna go with this game from the bullpen perspective, but definitely need some runs from the Beacons.
Here's the 2-1. That one misses for a ball. 3-1. Hughey's been very patient today. Showing so again here.
And that's when they've been successful, is working those at-bats. When we talked about it all day, the wind's really knocking down all these baseballs other than the one that flew over the wall.
Chop to third on the run. The throw is in time from Gamey. And there's one down.
Yeah, great play to start off the inning.
Back to the top of the lineup, 4th time through for the Beacons. Eddie Riley has struck out, popped out, and grounded out. Rough day for the Beacons leadoff hitter who came in one of the best averages on the team.
Eddie Riley.
Yeah, a rough day, but he also tried bunting and, you know, didn't work out, so that was an immediate out. I mean, he's got to lead the pack here, especially with the top of the order.
Finds himself quickly in a 1-1 count against Sean O'Donnell. O'Donnell came in last inning and got the final 2 outs after Brandon Heath gave up the 2-run single to the freshman Nico Kites. Both teams that will be interesting to see are having to pull their starters mid-inning, how they manage their bullpens.
Yeah, and I'm sure that Keene State's in the same kind of realm that the Beaks are in, that they don't really know who their go-to guy in a situation is, maybe right out of the bullpen, or their second go-to guy, or who's their C choice, you know? So I think these are things that teams figure out, especially early in the year. And the first conference game is definitely a testament because you have a doubleheader to play.
That one was away. Count goes to 3-2. The pitch. Swing and a miss right through it. Riley can't catch up to the fastball, and there's 2 down. Here comes Anthony Cesare. He is 1 for 3. Singleton scored last inning.
The designated hitter, number 11, Anthony Cesare.
And this is the part of the lineup that did all the damage for the Beacons last time around. First pitch misses, ball 1.
Yeah, and that's a tough situation for Eddie, obviously. Chasing a fastball up on a 3-2 count isn't ideal.
Fouled back, count goes to 1-1. Inside ball 2. Another patient at bat here for the Beacons. 3-1 the count to Cesare. Nobody on, 2 outs. O'Donnell kicks and delivers. And strike 1. Cesare started heading down the line.
That's a tough one. I mean, he is consistent. He's been there all day.
Yep.
They always. I mean, I'm not saying it was bad or good. I'm just saying.
That's been a strike this whole game. That one's grounded to second. Playing deep is Musey, so he has time to get down on it. Fires to first, and the side is retired. No hits, no runs, no errors. Nobody left on base. 7 in the books. The Beacons lead by 1, 3-2 on the Beacon Broadcast Network.
The 5-campus UMass system is the university that educates the workforce of Massachusetts. We recognize that we are truly here for a reason, and that recognition inspires us and drives us every single day.
Paris changed my life, and I got there through UMass. Those very specific seminal moments in Paris, the subway. A man in a tuxedo walked in, and a woman in a long gown, and it was stunning. It all hit me. It was like a lightning bolt. There was this world of beauty and style that I wanted to be a part of. That was the beginning of the journey. And that all came through the University of Massachusetts. And that was really a key moment for me. That's one of those moments you never forget.
So the Beacons playing the first of a doubleheader here against Keene State. Then they'll stay in conference play midweek for matchup with UMass Dartmouth. And then a couple of non-conference games. Plenty of baseball coming up here at Monin Park in the next week or so. So plenty. And if the weather stays like this, no reason to not get down here.
Yeah, of course. And they bring Matt Demma back out. So that answers that question on who's going to be starting in the 8th inning.
Number 15, Connor Walsh.
Demma in the 7th inning came in after Burgos allowed the home run. Got back-to-back outs, had to go to a full count both times, but a strikeout and a ground out. Ended the inning, and he misses low to Connor Walsh. Walsh is 1 for 3. He had an RBI single back in the 3rd.
Yeah, the meat and potatoes here for Keene State, 3-4-5.
Outside for a ball, 2-0.
Sometimes, especially first day where there's actually some people in the stands, tend to throw a little bit harder than you would in maybe a Tuesday, 40 degrees.
Swing and a miss, 2-1. That's kind of what we've seen from Dem. He's overpowering. If he can just hit his spots with a little more frequency, it's going to be really tough for anybody to get the bat on the ball.
Yeah, exactly. And it's, you don't know if it's just maybe first game jitters, but definitely look for him to get ahead of hitters this second inning instead of get behind hitters like he did last inning.
And falls behind 3-1 here.
I would say he has a short leash as well. And there is somebody warming up in the pen. I want to say that's Doherty.
You're correct.
Grounded to third. Riley across the diamond, 1 down.
Booty, a great play. I don't know if he was a great play to save Ed's throw and tag him coming down the line.
Hitter number 34, Connor Longley.
Now Longley will step in. 0-for-3 for the cleanup hitter and designated hitter for the Owls. Not the day he was hoping to have to get started. That pitch is in there for a strike.
No, and that's huge for a reliever. Getting that first out, especially in a tight ball game like this, you always want to, the rule of ones, Buddy Pellerin, baseball genius back in Western Massachusetts. The rule of ones, first strike, first inning, first out. First, you want to get the first out. So that's, and usually you're pretty successful if you do those.
Dema delivers. This one's fouled out of play.
So now he's getting ahead of hitters. Now he can mess around with that slider of his, maybe backdoor it. I mean, have a little leeway. I know I saw his changeup in when he was warming up, but he hasn't really showcased it yet. Especially to the lefty here, maybe outside change.
1 out. Catcher sets up inside the 1-2 pitch. Popped straight up, and that's going to get out of play.
Inside, and the Beaks have been throwing a lot inside today. Really trying to establish that inner third.
Especially with the outside part being fair game for pitchers. The way this game's been called. Surprising to see them work it inside as much as they have.
Yeah.
Dema sets, kicks, delivers. Outside ball 2.
Not showcasing that breaking pitch or a change, just really going at him with a fastball here.
Dema delivers. Comes inside. Did that get him? No. Not sure how it didn't. The count's going to go full.
And again, all over the place today. Just got to hone in that control.
Swing and a miss. Got him. Strike 3. And there's 2 down. So it's gone to a full count 3 times. The one other time it was 3-1. But it's been effective. It's erratically effective, I guess you could say, for Matt Dema.
Exactly. And I mean, he hasn't walked anyone yet. I mean, on the year, he's got 8 strikeouts, 4 walks. But again, this is his first conference game in the LEC. Obviously, you want to make a good impression. And sometimes you come out a little bit more juiced than you usually are.
First pitch is in there for a strike. Second one gets him swinging quickly ahead, 0-2, Matt Dema. This would be a big strikeout here, and then the Beacons, with the last chance to add insurance, will send up the 3, 4, and 5 hitters in the bottom half of this inning. Dema kicks, delivers. Swing and a miss, he got him, strike 3. A 1-2-3 8th inning for Matt Dema. One last chance for the Beacons to add some insurance coming up. They lead 3-2 through 7.5 in Monon Park.
The University of Massachusetts Boston. It's just minutes from downtown, and the Princeton Review calls it one of the best values in the country. A nationally recognized institution of academic excellence and research, UMass Boston offers more than 150 undergraduate and graduate programs, 16 Division III sports, and more than 100 student organizations. To learn more about the opportunities waiting for you at UMass Boston, visit in person or online. UMass Boston, a research university with a teaching soul.
Celebrate the soggy shoes and the slow starts. Celebrate the lessons learned along the way. These are the wins. Not the shiny, nail-biting kind. These are the last a lifetime kind.
Bottom of the 8th, last chance for the Beacons to add some insurance. They got the big bats to do it. Kyle Boudrias, Nick Herzog, and Ryan McCormick to face Sean O'Donnell. And how about, before we move ahead here, and they're going to move ahead on the field as Boudrias takes ball 1 and ball 2. I just want to go back real quick, Steve, to that last inning by Matt Dema, and that, you know, it was a little erratic at times, but 1, 2, 3 innings is exactly what the Beacons needed.
Yeah, he's got good stuff. You can notice that. I mean, that last pitch was dirty. The slider on the outside corner. You know, we talked a little about maybe a little control issues, but he retired 5 people in a row. And, I mean, did a great job overall. Just, you know, next time maybe come out of the pen little more tamed, but obviously it's first conference game of the year, and I think he pitched pretty well. I know that they picked him up on the bench, so assuming they go to Bobby Tremendozzi for the 9th.
Boudrias flies out to center for out number 1. That will bring up Nick Herzog. He is yet to be retired. He's reached in 3 separate ways. On an error, he was hit by a pitch, and he walked. That's high and away for ball 1. So he's reached 3 of the 7 ways. You know 7 ways you can get on base?
Base hit, walk.
Yep. Swing and a miss there.
Error.
Yes.
Are we talking like double, triple?
No, it's hit. Base hit, walk, error.
Okay.
You get hit by a pitch.
Yes.
This one's drilled into left center field. The rest of that in a second. That's going to get down and roll. Herzog's thinking too. It gets by one of the fielders out there as Savigny hit the ground trying to block it. It's going to be a 1-out double for Nick Herzog.
Yeah.
Nice piece of hitting.
And he was cruising around the bases. I think he would have made it second without that hopping over his glove anyways. So
you got hit, walk, error.
Yep.
As Ryan McCormick steps in. Hit, walk, error. Hit by a pitch. Fielder's choice. Fielder interference. Catcher's interference.
Gotcha.
Those are the 7. So that's in there for a strike.
Baseball 101 with Alex Barth.
Yeah. You know, it's a good way to kill some time on a broadcast.
Instead of talking about March Madness 24/7.
Yeah, pretty much. Did you see the Tom Izzo video?
I did.
So as somebody who was a college athlete, because I feel like you're a good person. Now, a lot of people, you know, are not happy with Izzo, and you have the coach who's making millions and the freshman player who's not getting paid, and that's another conversation to have. But,
yes,
you know, with the power dynamic and all that, is that coaching or does that cross the line?
No, that's 100% coaching, and I think people view it differently, especially with videos and all that stuff now.
Yeah.
You know, social media. People can put their 2 cents in, but I think that you know, he's a successful coach. I mean, he's coached for what?
Yeah.
How many years?
20-something. He's in the dance every year.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He knows what he's doing, and I mean, they talk to the players as well. They're like, hey, what do you think about this situation? You know, a lot of backlash has been has been on Coach Izzo, and they were like, yeah, I was being coached. That's why, that's the approach he takes.
I'll say that there was one, I forget who the coach was during college football season this year, where a coach grabbed the player by the face mask.
Yeah.
And kind of like that, I understand.
Football coaches are a little wild.
Right. I understand they're going to check down at first here. Let's see. He did not go. I understand that one because you're getting physical. You can actually hurt somebody doing that. Izzo, there's no. I mean, I think he pointed at him. He might have put his hand on his chest to stop him, but there was really no physical contact. He said what he had to say. It was about 6 seconds, and they got in the huddle. I mean, if you can't get yelled at by your coach, if you can't handle that, you probably shouldn't be playing sports.
Yes, completely agree. And I watched this
as McCormick goes down looking.
And I think it was Bayless.
Are you talking about? No, it was Van Pelt. Scott Van Pelt talking about it. Yeah, I thought he absolutely nailed it.
Yeah. And you want to summarize that?
I mean, he just kind of said that, the guys, I forget the name of the player, but he's there because he wants to get to the NBA, right? NBA coaches are going to yell at you.
Yeah. And it was more or less like the life's a scoreboard.
Right, exactly. They're out there trying to win a game. Yeah. Obviously, Tom Izzo doesn't hate the young man.
Yeah.
Right? He obviously thinks very highly of him if he recruited him to come play from Michigan State, if he's giving him minutes in a tournament game. But, it's high stakes. People get frustrated in high stakes, and sometimes you lose track of where you are, of what you're doing. Again, he didn't get physical with him. It wasn't, it's not like he berated him on and on in front of everybody. It was very quick, and then they got in the huddle. And
it's like, what are you going to do in real life?
As Kites gets hit, it's going to put runners on first and second with 2 outs.
I didn't know if he's going to come out and possibly argue this. I hate this rule. It's like, hey.
He might here. Yeah, here we go.
Like, how are you going to what would you exactly do? Would he have to go to the field ump at this point? That's his judgment, right? You can't change it.
And here comes the field ump.
And I don't know if this is such a rule that needs to change. We've talked about it for 3 or 4 years.
I understand why they do it, and good on the field umpire. I got to grab his name real quick because it's been a while since the last time I saw it. Mickey Garcia. Good job by who also, by the way, umpires at Cape League. Good job by Mickey Garcia getting in and saying, look, we're not having this discussion right now. It's the 8th inning. It's a close game. Let's not drag this thing on.
Yeah.
Don't make this about you. Let the players go out there and play. And it's tough. You have to. It's one of those things. It's like the infield fly rule. It's a confusing rule. It's very easy to nitpick, but you have to have it because the alternative is unacceptable, right? You couldn't get rid of the infield fly rule because any pop up with a runner on instantly becomes a double play. If you don't get rid of that, if you get rid of that rule, kids are just going to stand in the box and wear pitches to get guys on base.
Yeah, but at a certain point, it's like, it doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, your natural instinct is to, unless he's like over the plate,
right?
Then that's a problem. Yes, I agree. But if he gets hit, then he should be able to take a base.
And I think sometimes too, getting out of the way of a pitch, if you don't actually get out of the way, you can put yourself in a spot for more harm than just dodging it.
Yeah.
Right? If you're trying to duck a high pitch and you're worried about getting out of the way, you may not duck enough and you may wear it off the helmet, something like that, where you're better off just turning your back, and it's still going to hurt, but wearing it, I'm going to guess, 10 out of 10 players would rather wear one between the shoulder blades than off the dome.
And another hit by pitch on cue.
That one he tried to move. We shouldn't see any argument about that one.
No.
So
that's O'Donnell, I mean, we talked a little about the Beacons bullpen. O'Donnell's been out there for the last couple innings.
He came in. He didn't have any problems with control early on, but now 2 hit batters in this inning, and that's going to load the bases with 2 outs. And they're going to give him the hook here?
Looks like we have a pinch hitter for the Beaks.
Yeah, we got Brendan Colucci on deck circle now. He goes back. Oh, no, here it comes. All right, so Brendan Colucci is going to be the pinch hitter. He'll replace the second baseman, Ryan Collins. Colucci had played in every Beacons game to this point and started half of them, so he keeps that stretch going, hitting .304 with 1 home run and 6 driven in.
And they leave O'Donnell in, which is interesting. I mean, two hit by batters. And it looks like he's definitely lost his command these last 3 hitters.
So Salucci replaces Ryan Collins, who had been 0 for 3.
And I think that just shows how deep Keene State's bullpen really is.
Yeah.
In a situation where you give up a double, 2 hit-by pitches, and he's still in the game in a 1-run game.
And this, you don't necessarily know, not to take anything away from Keene State, but you're going up against a ranked team. You're going up against a very good team. You don't know that it's going to be close in game 2. You don't necessarily know what you're saving guys for.
Yeah.
So you have a chance here. If you limit them, you get to come out in the 9th, and you just need 1 run to extend this thing. As this one is skied into left field. Heading back towards the wall is Zell. He can't find it. Now he does late. Ranges over and makes the catch to retire the side. A loud third out off the bench from Brendan Salucci. As we make the turn for home in Game 1. It's UMass Boston 3, Keene State College 2. Here comes Bobby Tramandozzi to try to close it out. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Little East Baseball on the Beacon Broadcast Network.
College has given me the flexibility to pursue my passions and my interests, and I've recreated my identity for myself aside from just being an athlete.
My greatest personal discovery has been that I am capable of doing things that I didn't know I was capable of doing.
To be able to study what I wanted to and continue to play the sport I love, all of those things came together very nicely in one package in Division III.
I'm the first undergraduate alumnus to lead this university. I'm very proud of that. I was literally able to transform my life because of the University of Massachusetts, and I want that for every single student that walks through the door.
And pitching change for your Beacons. Now on the mound, number 12, Bobby Tramandozzi.
All right, here comes Bobby. The closer, Bobby Tramandozzi, on to finish it out. He's appeared in 6 games this year, has 3 saves. He is 0-1 with a 2.16 ERA. Opponents are hitting 148 against him.
Yeah, I mean, he's got gross stuff. Super consistent. I mean, I've never played with someone that is that consistent, where 4 years, I mean, he's your go-to guy out of the pen. He's your closer and not fazed by anything. Talk about a low-key athlete.
Yeah.
Bobby Tram.
And he will face the 6, 7, and 8 hitters for Keene State. John Terracio, Ryan Linehan, and David Savigny. Terracio's reached twice, singled and walked. It's 1 for 2.
And the funny thing about him is he came in throwing 84 to 86. The nasty deuce hasn't changed one bit. Like, nothing has changed. He still throws 84 to 86. Still has a nasty deuce. Still commands. Like, it's the most consistent player I have seen in college baseball. And I think that's just because of the fact that you can't be that consistent if you're a hitter. Like, that's tough for like 4 years.
Here's the pitch. That one is up and away for a ball. Popped foul to the right side and out of play. Lined back up the middle. Brown coming in. Going out was not Collins. He came out again. It's going to be a base hit. That was Salucci.
Yeah, and I guess they're playing no doubles, but in that situation, it seems to me that he's playing pretty deep, especially for 6, 7, 8.
So tying runner is on. A leadoff single for Terracio. Linehan will step in. And the Beacons need a ground ball now.
And that was always Kevin Kelly's job. He left to go to Rutgers Newark. They went 5-2 in Florida, so congrats to Kevin.
They are getting ready for the bunt as Eddie Riley is, and almost even with the pitcher's mound, as you can see there on the left side of your screen. Riley continues to creep in. Here's the pitch. Can't get the bunt down. That's going to be strike one.
Yeah, and this is a situation that the Beaks practice all the time. I mean, you know, tight game. This is going to make or break. You know, see if you win or lose. So definitely well prepared, and Bob's definitely a great pitcher to have out there because he holds on the runner pretty well.
Tramandosi, the long look in, comes to the set. The 0-1 and spinning quickly out of the way is Linehan.
A small stare down by Linehan, thinking that was on purpose. Which I just hate. I hate when it's like 3-2 game. Why would you? What's the need for a stare?
Right. It does not help Tramandosi to put him on. He's not going to not throw him inside here.
Exactly.
He wants that ball going right to Eddie Riley, try to get the double play. Can't get that one down. Did he pull it back in time?
No.
Foul tipped it into the mid, actually. Got a piece of it, so it's
Yeah.
going to be 1-2.
Definitely not the best bunter on the team.
Which normally catchers, something they work on.
In the major leagues.
Yeah.
A little bit different in D3 baseball.
Fair enough. Riley goes back to the cut. Here's the 1-2. Fly ball falling fast into the triangle, and right coming in to make the catch is Herzog. And there's one down. Off the bat, it didn't look like that Herzog was going to have enough time to get there. I think the wind helped him out a bit.
And that was a nasty pitch by Bobby. I mean, you see two fastballs trying to bunt both of them, and then the first pitch they actually swing at is a slider on the outside corner. That's kind of tough. Looking for that ground ball double play to end it.
So Tramandosi looks in on Savigny. He is 0 for 3. He's hit a couple of ground balls, one to third, one to short.
Good pitch.
Low for a ball.
Good pitch.
Throw to first, not in time. Tramandosi looks to first, comes set. The 1-0. Check swing, that's a bouncer to third. Riley has it, they get the lead runner at second. The throw to first is not going to be in time. But the Beacons get the lead runner, and they're now 1 out away from starting conference play 1-0.
Yeah, that was a tough situation for Eddie. I mean, he couldn't get the ball out of the glove in time to spin that too.
Yeah, it looked like he got caught just trying to field that ball too, got caught between hops.
Exactly.
So Tom Musey will step in. He is 3 for 3. The 9-hitter has killed the Beacons. He's a triple away from the cycle.
Wow.
A single double, and last time out, that home run to left. And Tramandosi keeps it away from him early, ball 1.
Yeah, and the next, obviously, Sam Zell's up next.
Tramandosi sets. Kicks and delivers. Strike 1.
And you stand corrected. He does not have the highest average on the team. John Taranovich, batting 1,000.
All right, 1 at bat.
Well,
We'll call it highest qualifying average. How about that? The 1-1. That one is low for a ball. I should have known you'd want to count the guy who had 1 at bat.
Show some love.
Tramandosi looks in, behind in the count, 2-1. Working on Tom Musey. Homered his last at bat. Tramandosi delivers. Big cut, just got a piece of it. And the count goes to 2-2, and the crowd knows that Tramandosi can end this game with 1 pitch. Bobby stares in. He's got that Craig Kimbrell just dangling the ball sort of thing going on. Comes to the set. Here comes the 2-2. He He struck him out, and the Beacons will take it. The big fist pump from Tramandosi caps off the 3-2 UMass Boston win in Game 1 of our doubleheader. Beacons take it 3-2 thanks to a 2-run 6th inning and a 2-run RBI single by the freshman Nico Kides ends up being the difference. As we look ahead, obviously there will be another game to be played today. It will be, 20 minutes, 30 minutes? About 30 minutes prior to the end of this pitch, so we'll be back with you. Are you staying for the second game?
I am not.
You are not? All right. So,
No.
Steve?
Hey.
It's been a pleasure.
It was a pleasure.
As always, I'll be back with you in about 30 minutes for the call of Game 2 between UMass Boston and Keene State. Again, it's the Beacons picking up the win in Game 1. They move to 7-4, 1-0 in conference play. Keene State falls to 4-8. They are 0-1 in conference play. Fernando Burgos will pick up the win. Heath picks up the loss. Tramandosi picks up the save. All right, we'll be back in 30 minutes. Thanks, everybody, for watching Game 1 of our broadcast. This has been a presentation of the Beacon Broadcast Network. Game 2 of our doubleheader between UMass Boston and Keene State College about to get underway. Good afternoon. My name is Alex Barth. Thank you for joining us today on the Beacon Broadcast Network as UMass Boston, now at 7-4 after their Game 1 win, will host Keene State at 4-8 in what will be the second conference game of the year for both teams. The starting pitcher in this one for UMass Boston will be Tyler Aruda, the sophomore from New Bedford, Massachusetts, 6 foot, 210-pound righty. He has appeared in 3 games this year, started 1. He is 1-1 with a 3.60 ERA and thrown 10 innings. In those, allowed 9 hits, 4 runs, all of them earned, walked 7, struck out 11. The starting lineup for Keene State looks very similar to what it was in Game 1. Sam Zell leads things off. He's in left field. Max Struthers is the shortstop. He bats second. Connor Walsh at first. He'll bat third. The designated hitter batting cleanup is Connor Longley. Batting fifth in the hot corner, Tyler Gammy. Batting sixth in right field, John Tarasio. Batting seventh, the catcher. This is where we do not get a change of catcher, actually. Ryan Linehan is going to pull double duty. David Savigny is in center field, so it is the same lineup. I don't know what I saw. Tyler Musey bats ninth for the Owls. That is how they will go. Facing Aruda, Zell steps in, the left fielder. And we are just about underway. The conditions from Game 1, if you joined us, have changed a bit. It was sunny. It was in the 60s. Some wind, not too much, as Zell bunts this one down the third base line. Riley comes in, ready to fire, and gets Zell for the first out. 57 degrees at first pitch. The clouds have moved in. Wind says, it says blowing 15 miles an hour once again, because we are right here on the water. I would take the over on that one. Now stepping in the shortstop, Max Struthers. Struthers in game one went 1 for 4 with a base hit, and he takes strike one to get things started. It's a quick turnaround on these doubleheaders. They don't always, we say it's about 30 minutes, but, the refs are here, teams are here, everybody's warmed up. You just sort of begin when everybody's ready, and that can happen relatively suddenly. There's no anthem, there's no announcement of starting lineups, anything like that. It'll be announced over the PA, but you don't have the players running onto the field, all of that, so it can get, all of a sudden there's no baseball, and then boom, there's baseball, which some would say is a good thing, especially this time of year, as Aruda gets Struthers looking for a strikeout of the game for the sophomore. And that will bring up Connor Walsh. Walsh went 1 for 4 with an RBI single in game one. That first game, a 3-2 Beacons win. They scored a pair of runs in the sixth. That ended up being the difference. If Walsh can get on, it will be the designated hitter, Connor Langley. That one fouled back softly. And the count will go to 1-1. Again, Aruda, the guy gets a lot of strikeouts, a lot of walks. He's going to nibble. The 1-1. Fouled back again. The good news for the Beacons is that they saved their bullpen in that first game. They only used 2 pitchers, Matt Temma and their closer, Bobby Tramandozzi. So they don't have to give Aruda too long of a leash, as this is grounded to short. Play made by Hughie, fires across the diamond, and the side is retired. Half an inning in the books. It's Keene State nothing, UMass Boston coming up on the Beacon Broadcast Network.
Paris changed my life, and I got there through UMass. Those very specific seminal moments in Paris. The subway. A man in a tuxedo walked in, and a woman in a long gown. And it was stunning. It all hit me. It was like a lightning bolt. There was this world of beauty and style that I wanted to be a part of. That was the beginning of the journey. And that all came through the University of Massachusetts. And that was really a key moment for me. It's one of those moments you never forget.
Ryan Slawinski will be the starting pitcher for the Owls here in Game 2. Slawinski, a sophomore righty from Sherborne, Massachusetts. He is making his third start of the season. In 2 starts, he's yet to record a decision as a 5.25 ERA. In 12 innings, he's allowed 10 hits, 9 runs, 7 of those earned. Walked 3 and struck out 6. Eddie Riley will lead things off. Went 0 for 4 in Game 1. A tough go for the Beacons leadoff hitter. He'll look to turn it around here, and he swings and misses at strike 1. Slawinski deals, and that one's chopped foul. Oh, and to the count to Eddie Riley. was ball one. Here's the pitch. Grounded to second. Down on it is Musi. And throws not in time. And with the bobble, they're going to call that an error. So Eddie Riley on for the first time today. He gets the Beacons started here in game two with the base runner. And here comes Anthony Cesare, the designated hitter. He singled and scored in the first game, went 1 for 4. Throw over to first.
Number 11, Anthony Cesare.
Chopped, and that's going to get through between first and second with the double play shift on. Sliding into third without a throw is Eddie Riley, and the Beacons have runners on the corners here to start. After the Bats struggled in the first game, they recorded just 5 hits. A couple base runners on to get things started here in the first inning of game 2, and Kyle Boudrias coming up. Boudrias reached twice, had a hit and a walk, scored twice in game 1, and the Beacons could use a big knock from him here. Strike 1 to Boudrias. Throw over to first, and Cesare back in time. It's Eddie Riley on third, Anthony Cesare at first. Kyle Boudrias is the batter. No outs. Bottom of the first inning. Slawinski sets in, delivers. Outside, ball 1. One's high for ball. 2-1 the count to Boudrias. The Beacons were very patient in game 1. Should help them here in game 2 if early indications hold. Slawinski has been playing right around the edges. That's ball 3. Slawinski in danger of loading them up for the cleanup hitter, Nick Herzog. That is line over the head of the first baseman into right field. It's going to score at least 1. Coming into third and getting the stop sign there is Cesare. But Riley jogs home. It's an RBI single for Boudrias. And for the second game in a row, the Beacons take a 1-0 lead in the first inning. And now Nick Herzog will come in, no outs. Runners on the corners. That one bounces in, ball 1.
Right field number 34, Nick Herzog.
Here's the pitch. Inside, ball 2. Control issues here for Slawinski early. Hit into right field, but that one will be well foul. 2-1. This one's lined into right field. That is a foul ball. Awfully close. Two and two the count. Runners on the corners. Nobody out. Here's the pitch from Slewinski. That one is hit the other way, but foul again. Up and off the parking garage. Slewinski delivers. High ball 3, and the count goes full. So it's Cesare on third, Boudrias on first. Beacon's already leading 1-0. Still nobody out here in the bottom of the first inning. Here's the pitch. That one's hit into left, dropping fast. Still dropping, coming in from left field, and making the catch is Zell. Runners will stay where they are, and that is out number 1. And that will bring up the catcher, Ryan McCormick. McCormick was in left field in game 1, a little bit of a shuffle. McCormick moves from left field to behind the plate. Anthony Cesare goes from the designated hitter spot out to left field. And Brandon Salucci, who pinch hit in game 1, will be the DH here in game 2. And that takes Nico Kaides out of the lineup. The Beacons catcher had what was ultimately the game-winning hit in the 6th inning of game 1, a 2 RBI single. Check over to first. Check over to first again. And time is called as Slewinski was holding it. Beacon's clearly in his head at this point. First 3 guys reached, and he's dealing with a runner on first in Boudrias, who he's checked on a couple of times. That's outside for a ball. 1-1. That one's fouled back. 1-2 to Ryan McCormick. McCormick had an RBI single in the first inning of game 1. Part of a 1-for-4 performance. Big chopper, first baseman backhands, underhands to the pitcher. Slewinski gets over there to retire McCormick, but a run scores in Cesare, and it's 2-0. So here's Brandon Salucci. Had one pinch hit at bat. Was a loud fly out to left field. He took Sam Zell all the way back to the warning track in game 1. Here's the pitch. Fouls this one off behind the Beacons dugout and out of play. The 0-1. Away for a ball. The 1-1. Big swing and a miss. Salucci trying to get one to downtown Boston with that swing. The 1-2. Steps out of the way. Good eye there. That was awfully close. The pitch. Chopped back up the middle. It's going to be close. Musi comes in, fires in time to get Salucci, and the side is retired. But the Beacons get 2 runs on 2 hits. There was 1 error, and they do leave 1 man on base. We've played 1 full inning, and it's UMass Boston 2, Keene State nothing. You're watching Little East Baseball on the Beacon Broadcast Network.
The University of Massachusetts Boston. It's just minutes from downtown, and the Princeton Review calls it one of the best values in the country. A nationally recognized institution of academic excellence and research, UMass Boston offers more than 150 undergraduate and graduate programs, 16 Division III sports, and more than 100 student organizations. To learn more about the opportunities waiting for you at UMass Boston, visit in person or online. UMass Boston, a research university with a teaching soul.
Celebrate the soggy shoes and the slow starts. Celebrate the lessons learned along the way. These are the wins. Not the shiny, nail-biting kind. These are the last a lifetime kind.
After a 1-2-3 first inning, Tyler Arruda back on the mound to face the 4, 5, and 6 hitters for Keene State. Connor Langley, Tyler Gammy, and John Terracio if anybody reaches Ryan Linehan. The 0-2 pitch, chopped foul. Langley just got a piece of it. Langley in game 1 struggled, went 0 for 4, struck out twice. Once popped back into the netting. So Langley about to see pitch 5 here. He's been 0-2 since the second one. Grounded to second. Flip to Boudrias for the out. Ryan Leung was playing relatively deep there.
Third baseman, number 18, Tyler Gammy.
Tyler Gammy steps in. Gammy in game 1, 0 for 3, struck out twice, was hit by a pitch, and he pops this one foul. The 0-1. Twisting out of the way of ball 1 is Gammy. Count evens up. That one's fouled back. And he struck him out. Gammy goes down on the fastball. 5 up, 5 down for Tyler Arruda. as John Terracio steps in.
Right field number 10, John Terracio.
Takes ball one. That one is skied into right center field. Calling everybody off as Herzog, and he makes the catch to retire the side. 6 up, 6 down. Tyler Arruda rolling through 1.5. UMass Boston 2, Keene State nothing on the Beacon Broadcast Network.
UMass is very public service focused, and it piqued my interest, and I started doing more research on it. I'm very focused on what can I do to make the world around me a better place. My name is Lydia Grasso. I'm a junior at UMass Boston studying sociology and minoring in human rights. Because I won the Chancellor Scholarship at UMass, it allowed me to go to Cambodia. I was working at the Sihanouk Hospital Center of Hope. I was in the place of something horrible that had happened. I could either go home and kind of forget about that experience and kind of block it out, or I could do something so that things like that never happened again. UMass provides me with opportunities that I wouldn't get anywhere else and gives me a global perspective in a public setting. I definitely transformed at UMass.
It will be 7, 8, and 9 for the Beacons here in the bottom of the second. Danny Brown, Ryan Leung, and Charlie Hugie. UMass Boston already out to a 2-0 lead after just an inning and a half. And that's ball one. That's a strike as Brown sort of jolts up. Seems surprised by the call. He reached 3 times in game 1 without recording a hit. He walked in the second, reached on a fielder's choice in the 6th, was hit by a pitch in the 8th. This one's popped up into shallow left field, sliding in to make the catch is Max Struthers for out number 1. So here's Ryan Leung. He did not play in game 1. But he gets the nod at second base. Comes in hitting .250 with 2 runs driven in. He's played in 8 games, started 4 for the Beacon so far this year. He takes strike 1. Quickly down 0-2, Leung is. Marking against Ryan Slewinski. Swing and a miss, strike 3. He's gone on 3 pitches. And there's 2 down for Charlie Hugie. Hugie went 1-for-3 in game 1. He's been busy in the field, no surprise, playing shortstop. Already has a defensive assist in this game. Chops this one foul down the third base line. This one is grounded to short, backhanded. Struthers with not a lot of time, and he overthrows the first baseman. Hugie quickly around the corner. He will be into second standing. I believe that will go as a hit and an error. And it is. Because, yeah, when Struthers threw that ball, I thought he's not going to get him. He gets to second on the error, obviously, but Hughie just chugging down the line and beat that one out. So with 2 outs, the Beacons have a man on in the top of the order coming up. Eddie Riley reached on an error and scored in the first.
Third baseman number 3, Eddie Riley.
Ball 1. Riley trying to drive Hughie in, add some early insurance. Here's the pitch. And takes a strike to even the count up. He's been swinging early in counts today. Besides a full count in his last at-bat in the last game, which he struck out on, he hasn't gone more than 4 pitches in. Here's the 1-1. That is grounded in between first and second. Hughie on his way home. He will score RBI single for Eddie Riley, and the Beacons go up 3-0. So here comes Anthony Cesare. He singled and scored in the first. Some good 2-out hitting there by the Beacons. Back-to-back singles. Turns into a run. Sliding back to first. Cesare steps in. Outside for a ball, runner goes, and he's in safely. So now Riley in scoring position with 2 outs. His 9th stolen base of the year, and he is now 9 for 11. Cesare takes ball 2. That one's fouled down, 2-1. For the Beacons, this has to be an encouraging start. They scored it in the first inning in Game 1, but then they had no hits from innings 2 through 4. They had just 3 hits the rest of the game. So to have the bats getting going here early, they've already matched their run total from Game 1. They're a hit shy of their total from Game 1. Starting to see the ball well as that one is up, and the count will move to 3-1. Low for a ball. Ball 4. Runner goes to third and in safely is Eddie Riley. Just started creeping forward with the walk, his 2nd stolen base of the inning. And it's runners on the corners with 2 outs. That is 10 stolen bases now on the year for Eddie Riley in what is his 12th game. This will be a meeting on the mound. They're going to figure out how to get out of this situation. And that's going to be it. They're going to give him the hook. Slawinski heading back to the dugout. He makes it through an inning and 2/3. We'll have the new pitcher on the other side. Keep it here. You're watching UMass Boston Baseball on the Beacon Broadcast Network.
Psychology is about understanding the individual and understanding the mind. The main reason why I want to combine psychology and business degrees is because I want to understand the business decisions that are made. I'm Nurçin Çelebi. I'm from Turkey originally. I'm a senior at the 5-year BA to MBA program at UMass Boston. I think in management, the biggest mistake you can make is to not listen. So I want to be able to step into a company and say, here's what you're doing now, and here's how you can improve it. I moved here when I was 16 for high school. Moving from Turkey, it was a rough journey for me because when you don't really speak the language that well, and when you don't really fit in the crowd, it's very easy to disappear. But I decided not to give up, and UMass helped me. I wanted to be able to improve.
Yes, you're reading that right. Isaac Keene is the new pitcher for Keene State. Throws the H in there just, so it's not too obvious. He will be appearing in his 6th game. He started 0-1 with a 4.82 ERA in 9 1/3 innings. He's allowed 8 hits, 9 runs, 5 earned, walked 5, struck out 7. He has 3 wild pitches. Something to keep an eye on with a man on third. He's a 6-foot sophomore from Norwalk, Connecticut. Kyle Boudrias digs in against the new pitcher. The semifinal line on Swalinski, still responsible for the runners on the corners. And that's game 1. I got to get the game 2 stats up so I can tell you what his final line was. So that one's high for a ball to Boudrias. The numbers Slawinski leaves with an inning and 2/3, 4 hits, 3 runs, none of them earned. 1 walk, 1 strikeout, 1 wild pitch. He faced 11 batters. He is still on the hook for the runners on first and third. So, again, that line not yet final as the count on Boudrias goes to 2-0. Given right back up the middle, and the throw to second by Keene retires the side, so he takes care of business. But the Beacons do get 1 more run on 2 hits. There were no errors, and they leave 2 men, on base. 2 innings in the books. UMass Boston leads 3-0 on the Beacon Broadcast Network.
College has given me the flexibility to pursue my passions and my interests, and I've recreated my identity for myself aside from just being an athlete.
My greatest personal discovery has been that I am capable of doing things that I didn't know I was capable of doing.
To be able to study what I wanted to and continue to play the sport I love, all of those things came together very nicely in one package in Division III.
I'm the first undergraduate alumnus to lead this university. I'm very proud of that. I was literally able to transform my life because of the University of Massachusetts, and I want that for every single student that walks through the door.
Seven, 8, 9 due up for Keene State. Ryan Linehan, David Savigny, and Tom Musey to face Tyler Aruda, who's got a pair of strikeouts through 2 innings, and he delivers the first pitch ball to Linehan. The Owls catcher went 0 for 4 in game 1. Popped up and out of play. That hits right next to us, right in front of us. The pitch. In there for a strike. Count evens up at 2-2. Chop to third on a hop. Riley. One down. It's his second defensive assist of the day. 7 up, 7 down for Tyler Arruda. David Savigny's going to step in. The center fielder
Center field number 32.
was 0 for 4 in game 1. Chopped back and foul. Hit into center. Brown, couple steps to his left, makes the catch, and there's 2 down. We saw Danny Brown have issues with a similar ball in game 1. Cloud cover might have helped with that one. And Tom Musey will step in with 2 outs. Musey put on a performance. He maybe played as well as anybody on either team in game 1 despite the loss. He came within a triple of the cycle, including a home run in the top of the 7th that at the time made it a 1-run game. He hit that to the deep part over the wall in left field. He grounds this one to third. And Riley, for the second time this inning, fires across the diamond to put the man away. 3 up, 3 down, no hits, no runs, no errors, nobody left on base. We've played 2.5 in Dorchester. UMass Boston 3, Keene State nothing on the Beacon Broadcast Network.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III.
I did receive academic scholarships. Just being involved on campus, being a leader, all those things combined kind of get me recognized. It's a great experience for me.
Cheer for the stumbles. The he shoulda had that's. And the tears that linger. For in those moments, greatness lies. There, you will find the provoked, the determined, the unified. It's in those moments that champions are born.
Nick Herzog will step in for the Beacons. The right fielder is 0 for 1. He flew out to left. UMass Boston leads 3-0 as we start the bottom of the third. They scored 2 in the first and 1 in the second. And the first pitch misses for a ball. Count goes to 1-1. That ball pops up and away. Count goes to 2-1. Grounded to third. Can't get it on the dive. It's recovered by Struthers, but he has no play. And that's going to be a base hit for Nick Herzog. And for the second inning, the Beacons have the leadoff man on. In fact, the Beacons have had the leadoff man on now 5 times today. Only twice it's been on a hit. Some walks and errors sprinkled in there as Ryan McCormick steps in. He picked up an RBI in the first on a fielder's choice and dodges ball 1. Throw over to first, and Herzog's back in time. Ball 2 to McCormick. Again, behind the plate here in Game 2 was out in left field in Game 1. Here's the pitch. Ball 3. The control issues continue, whether it's been Slewinski or Keene. The Owls have had trouble finding the strike zone. Gets that one in, strike 1. Count goes to 3-1. Throw over to first, once again, not in time. Grounded up the middle, and that's going to be a base hit. So for the second time in 3 innings, the Beacons have the first 2 batters of the inning reach. This time it's on back-to-back singles by Herzog and McCormick, and here's Brandon Salucci grounded out to second to end the first inning. We talked about when Steve was here in Game 1, just how deep Keene State's pitching staff was and how they would handle that through the doubleheader, and you're kind of seeing the results here. They're on their 4th pitcher of the day, and things have not gone as well in Game 2 as they have in Game 1. The Beacons already tied their run total and surpassed their hit total from Game 1. Salucci watches that one go outside for a ball. The 1-0, both runners go. The throw to third, it's a good one. Not in time, though. Herzog slides around it. You're going to add stolen bases for Nick Herzog and Ryan McCormick, and the Beacons now with 4 stolen bases in 2 innings and change. Salucci waiting on a 2-0 pitch. Outside for a ball, 3-0. Kicks and delivers. Strike 1. And that's been the pattern. Go 3-0 and come back at 3-1. Let's see what Salucci does here. Keene looks in, comes set. The pitch, it's grounded foul down the first base line. Keene set. The payoff pitch. Ball 4, he walked him. And the bases are going to be loaded. The first 3 all reach with nobody on. Anybody coming from the dugout? No, they're going to let Keene work through this on his own.
Center fielder number 7, Danny Brown.
That pitch is in there for a strike. This one's cracked into right field. That ball will get down. It's a fair ball. It's going to roll to the wall. One run is in. Here comes the second. The throw in will be cut off. A 2 RBI double for Danny Brown. And the Beacons jump out to a 5-0 lead. The only reason that one did not clear the bases is everybody had to hold up momentarily just in case it was caught because there's still no outs. Beacon strong inning continues. Again, nobody out. Runners on second and third. Ryan Leung digs in. He struck out on 3 pitches in his first at-bat. And he dodges ball 1. There is somebody throwing in the Keene State bullpen. So perhaps the leash on Keene now is as short as it takes whoever that is to get ready. Can't see the number from here. Here's the pitch. Strike, and it's 1-1. Strike 2. Leung steps out. And back in. Pops one foul back to the parking garage. And Linehan's going to come out to talk to Keene. 1-2 the count, no outs. Bottom of the third, Beacon's already leading 5-0 and with a chance to add on. It is worth noting that based on Little East rules, if the Beacons can hold a 10-run lead and get up to a 10-run lead and hold that through 7 innings, we would call that the ball game. Strike 3 got him looking. Leung sent down by way of the K for the second time. And Isaac Keene is his first out of the inning. That will bring up Charlie Hughey. He singled and scored in the second. And he will try to keep the good times rolling. The pitch. Bunted down the first base line. Runners coming home. Only place to first. There is no play. Hughey beats it out. Scoring from third is Salucci. Brown moves up a base. It's an RBI bunt single for Charlie Hughey. 6-0 Beacons. And a quick word from one of the Keene State coaches to home plate umpire Mickey Garcia. And Eddie Riley will step in. Riley's reached twice. He's scored a run. He has an RBI. Has a chance for another here. Runner on third, one out. And it's Hughie on first. He dives back safely. And a hesitation move in the throw back to first from Keene. Got to be careful there. That was a nice move, but if he balks, that's another run in. The pitch. Pitch out. Hughie dives back in time. They are really worried about what is going on with Charlotte Hughie at first base. Keene State wants to keep that double play an option. It's a quicker way to get out of this inning. Diving back in time. Runner goes, gets the bunt. Well, I was going to say gets the bunt down, but pops it up and out of play. Counts on Eddie Riley now 1-1. That one's low and away for a ball. 2 in, 1 to Riley as Keene is really starting to take his time here. Worried about the runner on first, and I'd imagine that whoever it was Keene State had warming up is ready, so this may be it for Keene. He might know it. He's trying to, that guy out in the bullpen as much time as possible, just finish things up. Ball 3, 3-1. Anthony Cessary's on deck. He's singled and walked so far in this one. The top 3 hitters in the Beacons lineup have reached 5 of a combined 6 times they've come to the plate. Ball 4. And you can make that 6 of 7. The pass ball is also going to score Danny Brown. So speaking of 6 of 7, the Beacons run total goes from 6 to 7. Hughie moves up to second, doesn't go any further than that. And here's Anthony Cessary. If he can reach, or even if he doesn't, anything but a double play, and the Beacons will have batted around here in the 3rd inning. He's the 8th batter of the inning. Kyle Boudrias on deck is the only one to not get to the plate so far. The pitch. Inside ball 1. That gets the outside part for a strike. 1-1 to Cessary. Fouled back right in on the hands. And it's getting a little colder out now. That was a stinger. The runner on second is Hughie. The runner on first is Riley. There is still just 1 out in this 3rd inning. The Beacons have plated 4. 4 of their 7 have come here in the 3rd. They've scored at least 1 run in every inning. They've come to the plate. And that's a balk. Drop the ball. So there goes the double play. You can make it 2nd and 3rd. 2 runners in scoring position, and Cessary, the lefty, if he can just hook this thing down the line, it's 9-0 ball game. Strike 3, got him looking with the breaking ball inside, and there's 2 down. And in steps Kyle Boudrias.
First baseman number 15, Kyle Boudrias.
And Boudrias looks to extend that lead. High for ball. We've shown you a couple times today the upcoming schedule for the Beacons, what's ahead. They've got a game pretty much every other day for the next week. So if the Beacons can get these 3 runs in one way or another 3 runs and get to 10-0, I think only having to play 7 innings and save that bullpen would be huge. Speaking of which, it has been quite the wait for Tyler Arruda, who sits at just 29 pitches through 3 innings. That's in there for a strike. 2-1. This inning, see if we can figure this out in real time here. That misses for a ball. It's 3-1. So Danny Brown made it 5-0 10 minutes ago. He was the 4th. I'm going by Twitter here. He was the 4th batter of the inning. So you're looking at least a 15-minute inning. Yeah, you had a walk and 2 singles on extensive pitch at-bats before that. I'd say 15, 20 minutes. And that is how it will end. Back-to-back strikeouts as Boudrias goes down swinging. But the Beacons have blown this thing wide open. They picked up 4 runs on 4 hits. There were no errors. And they leave 2 on. Through 3 innings, it's UMass Boston 7, Keene State nothing on the Beacon Broadcast Network.
I came from a working-class family. I grew up in a hard-edged section of Lowell, Massachusetts, and I lived with my 6 siblings and my parents in a 4-bedroom house that had 1 bathroom. I knew that the only way that I was going to get to where I wanted to get to was if I got a high-quality college education, and I had the University of Massachusetts right in my hometown. It made a difference. I'm the first undergraduate alumnus to lead this university. I'm very proud of that. I think with that comes a special responsibility as a steward, as a protector. Every student that I see that walks through the door, I mean, I see myself. I was exactly where they are now. I had their same challenges, their same aspirations, their same dreams. And it makes me want to fight for them. It makes me want to make sure that they get every opportunity that I got. I was literally able to transform my life because of the University of Massachusetts, and I want that for every single student that walks through the door.
Sam Zell will lead things off for Keene State against Tyler Arruda, who just got a nice wait. 29 pitches through 3 innings. And this one's cracked to left, going way back to the wall. That ball is off the wall. Off the wall and fielded in center field by Danny Brown. He throws it in. You can see the sophomore maybe a little bit of rust after that wait. Gives up a ball that the wind probably prevented from being a home run. And Max Struthers steps in now with the runner on second and nobody out. Struthers is 0 for 1. He struck out in the first. I will say, to that point, Tyler Arruda had been throwing a perfect game through the first 3 innings. He was 9 up, 9 down. That's in there for a strike. The 0-1. Misses for a ball. 1-1, the count to Struthers. The pitch. Ball 2. Aruda comes to the set. Kicks and deals. Chop to third. Riley looks the runner back to second. Pump fakes. Fires to first in time to get the out. Runner stays at second. What a play by Eddie Riley, the Gold Glove finalist. And, you think good fielding, you think of, diving stops and backhanded snags, that kind of thing. That's excellent fielding right there, and it's all between the ears. He looked the runner back, knew exactly how much time he had to hold the runner back before throwing to first, and still, with all that going on in his head, stepped up, made a clean, accurate throw to first to get the out. Great job by Eddie Riley for the first out of the inning. Connor Walsh steps in with one out and takes strike one. He is 0 for 1. He grounded out to short back in the first. That pitch misses for a ball. Comes set. Pitch. Grounded foul. And the count goes to 1-2. Aruda sets, kicks, and delivers. That's ball 2. Two and 2, runner on second. That's Zell. There's one out. Aruda comes to the set, kicks and deals. Ground ball again, foul towards the third base side, fielded by the third base coach for Keene State. The pitch. Up and away for a ball, and the count is now full. Looks back to second. Here's the payoff pitch. Into center. Brown on his horse, heading back towards it. Looks over his shoulder. That ball's going to hop at the triangle and go over the wall. It's going to be a ground rule double. And that's probably going to save the Beacons a run because it looks like they're going to send Zell back to third. No? The umpire had put his hands up like he was going to stop him, but no, Zell scores. So an RBI double for Connor Walsh puts the Owls on the board at 7-1. Here's Connor Langley. Pops him up. Coming over to make the catch as Hughie calls everybody off for the second out.
Third baseman number 18, Tyler Gamey.
That pitch is in there for a strike. Gamey 0 for 1 with a strikeout. And watch a strike 2 go by. Outside for ball, and it's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Grounded to third, charging Riley, fires, got him. And that will do it for the Owls in the fourth. They get 1 run on 2 hits, no errors. They do leave a man on base. We've played 3.5 here in Dorchester. It's UMass Boston 7, Keene State 1 on the Beacon Broadcast Network.
We want to do theater that is responsible. We want to do music that is evocative and elevates us. We want to do dance that reflects urban movement and connection. I've been a practicing designer for the last 30 years. My specialty is costumes. This space is fantastic. This is our recital hall, and it's so outstanding that many people compare it to the symphony hall because the quality of sound is like nothing in town. And there is the painting studio, the sculpture studio, the digital studio. The type of students that we're getting, they're more competitive. They're looking for these kind of facilities. They look at other private colleges, but then decide to come here. Boston is filled with regional theaters, so our students can actually apply what they're learning and build a portfolio. And it's so great to see their names on the programs, and people may not know they're from UMass Boston, but eventually as they graduate and they begin to get professional jobs and you see their bios, that's going to be UMass Boston. It's going to be the stamp all over. UMass Boston represents what true liberal arts is about. In my class, you have students who are psychologists, business, chemistry. The final goal is that we have well-rounded global citizens graduating from UMass Boston.
Brian Vera is the new pitcher for the Owls, the 5'1" sophomore from Weathersfield, Connecticut. He is making his 5th appearance, started just 1 game. 1-0 with a 9.82 ERA in 3 2/3 innings. He's allowed 5 hits, 5 runs, 4 of them earned, walked 4, and struck out just 2. That means Isaac Keene's afternoon is over. Keene went an inning and a third, allowed 4 runs. 3 of them were earned on 2 walks. He did strike out 3. The Owls dig deeper into their bullpen. And Vera's going to have a tough start. 4, 5, and 6. The big bats for the Beacons, Herzog, McCormick, and Salucci. As we'll see how the Beacons respond to the Owls' 1 run. In the top of the 4th, the Beacons have scored in all 3 innings they've come to the plate so far. Herzog scored 1 of those runs. That was last inning. He led off and would steal a base before coming around to score the first of 4 runs in the inning. The pitch. And it's in there for a strike. Outside for a ball. Low ball, too. Gotta like how fast Vera works. I'd look down just to right on the score sheet. By the time I look back up, he's already throwing the 2-1. Misses for a ball, and it's 3-1. And the count goes full on the called strike to Nick Herzog. And ball 4, Herzog draws the walk. It was the 4th walk drawn by the Beacons so far in 3+ innings. Here in game 2, they've been very patient. As Ryan McCormick steps in, He singled and scored in the third and drove in a run on a fielder's choice in the first. He's had himself a nice game here after going 1 for 4, picking up an RBI in game 1. Time is called after a long wait. When Vera checked to first, we've seen this with, it seems to be a thing with all Keene State's pitchers. They get very preoccupied with runners on. Check over to first, nothing there. Want to know the count to McCormick. Runner goes. There's the throw. It's not in time. He short-hopped it, and it's actually going to pop up over the glove into center field. Second stolen base of the game for Nick Herzog. He was the front side of a double steal in the third. The pitch. That's high, and it's 3-0. Vera risking back-to-back walks. Wonder if you get a green light here. If you're McCormick, it's 3-0. He just walks somebody. Will he groove one? And it's catches the outside part of the plate for a strike. Here's the 3-1. Same spot, strike 2. Count is now full. They're making Vera throw a lot of pitches here. Comes into the game back-to-back full counts. Popped up, third base side. Now coming back towards the fair part of play, and it's just grabbed by Gamey before it hits the ground. One down. So here is Brandon Salucci. Walked and scored in the third. One out, runner on second. That's Herzog. Beacons leading 7-1. And Vera steps off. That one gets away. Runner goes. Here's the throw. Not in time. We're going to get a stolen base on that. Here we are. So 3 stolen bases now for Herzog. Stole third last inning. He stole in second and third this inning. That's going to prompt another meeting on the mound. Salucci sticks the toe in, and here we go. The pitch. Fouled straight back, 1-1. That is grounded to short, dropped, doesn't have a play at the plate, throws to first. In time to get Salucci, but Struthers with the hesitation. Could not get the ball home in time. Herzog's going to score his second run of the day, and it's 8-1. Nobody left on the bases now as Danny Brown steps in. He drove in 2 with the double last inning and then came around to score on a pass ball. First pitch is a ball to Brown. It's in there for a strike. It's 1-1. High ball 2. Vera back to that lightning pace now with nobody on base. Outside, 3-1. And that's ball 4. Brown heads down to first, second walk of the inning. Five walks now drawn by the Beacons here in this game.
Second baseman number 2, Ryan Leung.
Ryan Leung steps in. He's struck out twice, once looking, once swinging. So when gets away, runner goes. There's not going to be a throw. And Brown advances on the wild pitch. Runner goes again. That throw is not in time. Oh, did he fall off the bag? No. The toe drag saves him. Danny Brown with the stolen base. Make it 7 stolen bases now for the Beacons. A few players with multiple stolen bases. 1-1 the count to Leung. Popped up, shallow right field, over the shoulder to make the catch is Musey. And that will do it for the inning. But the Beacons score once again. 4 innings, they've scored in all 4. It's 8-1 through 4 here at Monin Park.
Coming up to bat for the Owls in the top of the 5th inning, Tarasio, Linehan, and Savigny.
My name is Albie Daly. I'm from Able Park, New York. I'm a forward on the UMass Boston men's hockey team, and my current major is exercise and health sciences. Being a member of the men's hockey team is a tremendous honor just because being able to play collegiate sport while pursuing my dreams of becoming a physical therapist and studying what I'd like to in school means a lot. My favorite memory as a member of the men's hockey team would probably be a big goal that I scored last year, the NCAA quarterfinals. ECAC's quarterfinals against University of New England.
What a turn in momentum!
Just because it was a big boost for both myself and our team moving forward.
Perfect shot right there over the shoulder of the goaltender Trost.
Frozen Fenway was just our outdoor game at Fenway Park, and it was a tremendous experience. I think both for me and the guys on the team and the program as a whole. But we got to see the Red Sox locker room, which was an awesome experience, and just being at Fenway Park when you go to school in Boston is second to none, really, and that's what you look for, when you're trying to experience collegiate athletics, and it's a really cool thing to be a part of. Being a student athlete at UMass Boston is a tremendous honor just because it gives you the chance to really focus on your studies. And
6, 7, and 8 hitters due up here for Keene State to face Tyler Aruda. And the first pitch is fouled back. That's John Tenasio. It'll be Tenasio, Linehan, and Savini if anybody reaches Musey. The pitch. Hit into right center field. Going back on his horse. Looking up, lunging. Can't make the catch. It's over Herzog's head. rolls to the wall. Tarasio thinking three. Here comes the throw in. It's going to be cut off by Hughie. He will hold it out there in center field. A lead-off triple for John Tarasio after the Owls got a lead-off double in the last inning.
Catcher number 44, Brian Linehan.
Brian Linehan steps in and swings and misses at the first pitch. So after retiring 9 straight to start, Aruda a little bit more trouble second time through the lineup, is still just allowed the 1 run. And is ahead here 0-2 on Linehan. That one misses and it's 1-2. Good chance to try to go away. Ball 2. That one is grounded to third. Riley looks the runner back again, throws across the diamond. For the out, 1 down. Again, the heady play by Eddie Riley over there at third base.
Center field number 32, David Savigny.
Here's David Savigny, the center fielder. He is 0 for 1. He flew out to center back in the 3rd inning. Outside ball 1. Misses ball 2. That's in there for a strike, and it's 2-1. Chopped foul. And the count goes to 2-2. Here's the pitch. Outside, and they'll run it full. Aruda back up to the mound. Delivers. And it's away, ball 4. Put runners on the corners with 1 out. Here comes Tom Musey. Was a triple away from the cycle in game 1. Is 0 for 1 here in game 2. He grounded out to third.
Second baseman, number 3, Tom Musey.
The pitch. And Musey takes ball 1. Now it's Aruda who's getting a little bit erratic. And I wonder, he's had some long waits the way his offense is playing. That one's fouled away. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Count goes to 1-2 on Musey. That one is fouled back again. The pitch. Swing and a miss, strike three. Musey goes down by way of the K, and there's two down, and after the leadoff triple, Tyler Arruda is now one batter away from ending this inning without surrendering a run.
The left field, number 26, Sam Zell.
The pitch. Zell takes ball one. The 1-0. Ball two bounces in. Sets, kicks, and delivers. Ball three. Torino to Zell. The pitch. Ball four, and that'll load him up.
Shortstop, number 6.
So here's Max Struthers. Struthers is 0 for 2 in this one. Combined 1 for 6 in the two games with a single and a run scored, and he takes a strike. Grounded towards third. Riley grabs it, thinks about the tag, instead goes to first. And how about that inning for Tyler Arruda? A lead-up triple, walks a man to load the bases, and still escapes it without allowing a run. One hit, no runs, no errors, 3 left on base, 4.5 in the books. And it's UMass Boston 8, Keene State 1 on the Beacon Broadcast Network.
People at UMass Boston, they're here because they know they can have an impact, not just on research, but on people, on their students.
This is just a starting point. It only has potential to grow, and it has a big potential to grow up.
You're really having a direct impact on people's lives, and you can see that now, and you can see that years from now.
So I think it's becoming like the place that people want to go.
What UMass Boston is able to offer to its young people certainly stands up to that mission that was set right out in the beginning. It's something UMass Boston should be and can be very proud about.
Bottom of the fifth inning, it will be 9-1-2 for the Beacons. Charlie Hughie, Eddie Riley, and Anthony Ciceri. And the first pitch gets by Hughie for ball one. It's still Bryant Vieira out there on the mound for Keene State. Walk two and allowed a run in his first inning of work last inning. That's in there for a strike. The 1-1 skips in. And he just had a relatively long wait. There's been a number of long waits for pitchers in this game. Obviously, with the Beacons 8 runs in 4 innings, that's going to happen. Even an inning like the last one for Keene State where they didn't score a run, the bases were loaded. There were a couple of walks. It's going to take time. There is no clock in baseball, only outs. The pitch. Fouled back and the count stays at 2-2. That one's skied into center and one down. Savigny gets over to make the play. Now we'll bring back up Eddie Riley. Riley has reached 3 times on an error, a single, and a walk. He has scored once. He has driven a run in.
Third baseman, number 3, Eddie Riley.
First pitch misses, ball 1. Fouled back, now 1-1 to Riley. Just got it in on the hands. He squibs it to short. Struthers, did he get it across in time? No! Infield single for Eddie Riley. Another infield single for the Beacons. They've had a couple of those in this game. And the leadoff man has reached in every inning. But 2 for the Beacons, pardon me. Hughie flew out to start that inning. Anthony Cessery's going to dig in.
The left fielder, number 11, Anthony Cessery.
He is 1 for 2. He scored a run. He also reached on a walk. The pitch. Thought about it, didn't pull the trigger. Strike 1. Cessery was the designated hitter in Game 1. Goes out to play the field in Game 2. With Ryan McCormick moving behind the plate. That's to give Nico Kaidi's knees a rest. This is grounded between first and second. Runner was going, but able to range over in time is Musey. Riley safe to second, avoids a double play, but they're going to get Cessery on the fielder's choice. 2 down, and here comes Kyle Boudrias. Boudrias is 1 for 3. An RBI single back in the first. He struck out his last time up. That was in the third.
First baseman, number 15, Kyle Boudrias.
The pitch. Up and away, ball 1. That one is cracked foul. Boudrias a little late on it. The count goes to 2-1. Vera looks back to second. Dancing over there is Riley. Here's the pitch. Grounded to the second baseman. Musey, oh, he bobbled it. The throw to first is still going to be in time, though. And that will do it for the Beacons in the 5th. No runs on 1 hit, no errors. There was 1 man left on base. Through 5, it's UMass Boston 8, Keene State 1. You're watching Little East Baseball on the Beacon Broadcast Network. Connor Walsh will get things started for the Owls as Tyler Arruda climbs the hill for his 6th inning of work. And delivers a first pitch ball. Arruda through 5 innings. He's allowed 3 hits as this is knocked foul. 1-1. Arruda's allowed 3 hits in 5 innings, 1 run it was earned, 3 strikeouts, 2 walks. Thrown now 72 pitches, including this at-bat. Into center field, Brown racing back, looking up, jumps, makes the catch. Off the bat, it looked like it was going to be a more routine play, but started fading back quicker and quicker. Was able to get there in time, 1 down. That'll bring up Connor Langley, the designated hitter. He is 0 for 2. And just a tough day all around between games 1 and 2. He is 0 for 6. Here's the 1-0 to Langley. Chopped foul towards the first base dugout. The pitch. Popped up a mile high. Look out for the planes coming over. Arruda slides in and can't get there. Surprised he did not let Boudrias or McCormick take that. Normally the pitcher's the last one to have the first call on a ball like that. And it was right in between first base and catcher, but it normally belongs to one of those two. Pitcher really doesn't field much that's not on the mound itself. The 1-2. Fouled straight back. Chop to first. Boudrias with the flip. 2 down.
Third baseman, number 18, Tyler Gammey.
Tyler Gammey steps in. He's 0 for 2. He has grounded out and struck out in a quick inning. Would be great here for Tyler Arruda. He allowed just 1 run in the last 2, but he allowed a double, a leadoff double, and a leadoff triple in back-to-back innings. So to be able to settle down, get through this, not run up the pitch count, would be big. The 0-2 is away for a ball. Nobody on, 2 outs, 1-2 count. The pitch. Popped into right. Herzog coming in, and he makes the play to retire the side. 1-2-3 inning for Arruda. No hits, no runs, no errors. Nobody left on base. Through 5.5, it's UMass Boston 8, Keene State 1 on the Beacon Broadcast Network.
My name is Kirsten Morrison, aka Keeks. I'm a senior here at UMass. I'm in the Exercise Health Sciences program, and I play volleyball, basketball, and softball. You know, I came here for volleyball, and I chose between basketball and softball, and I went with basketball my freshman year to play, and it's always kind of been a thing that I wanted to do is play softball my senior year. And after talking with Coach Daggs, she was like, yeah, come on the team. And I was like, all right. And here I am playing 3 sports this year. Being a Beacon, I don't even know if words can describe. You know, coming here as a freshman, I was a little nervous and scared. But, you know, I walked in these doors and they all had open arms. You know, they showed me the ropes. You know, the coaching staff, the athletic staff, the chancellor, the vice chancellors, everyone here is so welcoming. And I really can't stress enough about how much this is really a second family for me here at UMass. I'm at my 1,000 points this year. It's amazing.
It'll be 4, 5, and 6 for the Beacons here in the 6th. Nick Herzog, Ryan McCormick, and Brandon Salucci, with UMass Boston up 8-1. And the first pitch from Vera is in there, called strike one. Kind of evens up at 1 apiece. Now 1 and 2. Allen misses for a ball. Even up at 2 now. Herzog is 1 for 2. He also walked. He's stolen 3 bases and scored twice. Three and 2 the count. Foul back 3 and 2. That one's away for a ball. And Herzog's going to walk down to first base.
The catcher, number 16, Ryan McCormick.
Ryan McCormick is the batter. He is 1 for 3. And that's ball 1. Checks over first, nobody home. And for those of you who are watching who are Patriots fans, Rob Gronkowski actually just announced he's retiring on Instagram. So, hate to be the bearer of bad news if that's what it is to some, as that's a pass ball. But that looks like it's going to be it for arguably the greatest tight end to ever play the game. And we'll get back to baseball. Just wanted to throw that out there. Here's the pitch. That's in there for a strike. The 2-1. Runner goes. The throw down. Not in time. So that is now 4 stolen bases for Nick Herzog. That one is a fair ball grounded down the third base line. Run's going to come home and score. It will be the 3rd run scored of the game by Herzog. McCormick picks up his 2nd RBI. And Brandon Salucci will step in. Not before a meeting on the mound. And we are going to get a pitching change here, so we will step aside real quick. Beacons lead 9-1, bottom of the 6th.
I'm Elizabeth Clavin, sophomore business management major from Edina, Minnesota. I love being a part of this volleyball team. Volleyball is what brought me to UMass Boston. I looked at a recruiting website one last time and saw UMass Boston on it, came out for a visit the next week, and it kind of hit all the boxes that I was looking for. In a good city, good academic school, good volleyball program. It had everything I wanted. Although it was far away from home, I knew this is where I wanted to be. Winning 6 back-to-back LEC titles is really a dynasty, I think, and Terry has really focused hard on recruiting and building this dynasty and continuing to build a program that can continue to win championships, and it's really lucky to be a part of something this great. Last year I was the Little East Conference Defensive Player of the Year, All-Conference second team, NCAA Regional MVP of the regional tournament, ABC All-Region Honorable Mention, and New England Women's Volleyball Association All-Rookie Team and Honorable Mention. I think my favorite game would have to be playing in the regional championship last year. We played against a really good Williams team, and I think that match, we started off a little shaky and lost the first set. We've lost in the whole playoff season, and I think that kind of shook us a little bit. We came back firing, and we're ready to go those next couple games. Our coaches are bringing in a lot of really strong girls who want to make a commitment and make an impact in this program, and I think that is why we're continuing to do well and will continue to do well for the next few years. Being a student here has been really awesome as well. I've recently started taking more of my business classes and found that it's a good choice and a good fit for me. And eventually I hope to open my own business and kind of be successful and do what I love at the end of the day.
All right, welcome back. Will Dollar's the new pitcher for Keene State. You see the numbers right there for the freshman from Melrose, Massachusetts. And he will come in with a runner on first, nobody out, to face Brandon Colucci.
Hitting up the Beacons, designated hitter number 8, Brandon Salucci.
So Salucci digs in. He is an RBI. He scored a run. Done all that without a hit. That's a strike. Fires over to first. To the set. Here's the 0-1. Tie for a ball. 1-1 the count to Salucci. One and two the count. And the count goes to 2-2. Checks over to first again. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and Salucci goes down. That's out number 1. And here comes Danny Brown at a 2 RBI double back in the third. And at this point, with the runner on for the Beacons, remember they get up 10 runs at the end of 7. The game is over. Popped it up. Third base side. Gamey fading over now, comes back to shortstop. Struthers comes in and he makes the catch for out number 2. And we're going to have a pinch hitter for Ryan Leung. He'd been the only Beacon so far not to reach base in this game. And that is Nick Cotraro.
Ladies and gentlemen, pinch hitting for the Beacons, number 19, Nick Cotraro.
The pitch. Grounded backhanded by the shortstop, flips to second, and that will do it for the Beacons in the 6th. 6 innings in the books. UMass Boston 9, Keene State 1 on the Beacon Broadcast Network.
UMass is very public service focused, and it piqued my interest, and I started doing more research on it. I'm very focused on what can I do to make the world around me a better place. My name is Lydia Grasso. I'm a junior at UMass Boston studying sociology and minoring in human rights. What I want to do is I want to work with women and children transitioning out of sexual slavery in Southeast Asia and helping them to find jobs, find housing, provide counseling, just the things that we kind of take for granted. Because I won the Chancellor's Scholarship at UMass, it allowed me to go to Cambodia. I was working at the Sihanouk Hospital Center of Hope in Cambodia, and it was just an amazing opportunity to just be able to get firsthand experience working with a human rights research project. Cambodia was really ravaged by a genocide, so there's a lot of rebuilding that's happening. I was in the place of something horrible that had happened. I could either go home and kind of forget about that experience and kind of block it out, or I could do something so that things like that never happened again. UMass provides me with opportunities that I wouldn't get anywhere else and gives me a global perspective in a public setting. I definitely transformed at UMass.
John Tarasio will lead things off against a new pitcher here for UMass Boston. It's Patrick McGuire making his 3rd appearance, the first 2, and turned in a couple of clean sheets. 2 innings, 1 hit, 1 walk. That's it. No runs, no strikeouts. And that one misses for a ball. A couple other changes as well, as Ryan Collins is going to come in to play second base. And now in left field for the Beacons. Pardon me 1 second. Get everything sorted out here. In left field for the Beacons is Nick Paulman, number 27. As Tarnasio moves down to first. Got hit by the pitch, so an auspicious start for McGuire. Here comes Ryan Linehan. He's grounded out to third twice. Beacons would love a similar result and a chance at a double play. Inside for a ball. And have a quick meeting on the mound as after hitting a batter, it's a 2-0 start for Patrick McGuire. I can't imagine there's going to be a change here. McGuire just came in the game. A 9-1 lead. You'll give McGuire some leash. Three and oh the count. The sidearm delivery. Misses high, ball four. Just like that, there's 2-1.
Center field number 32, David Savigny.
One and oh the count as McGuire. You know, it's called the broadcaster's jinx. That's what happened. I said, oh, you know, two clean sheets, 2 innings, no runs, nothing, and a little bit of a struggle here for McGuire, but he finally gets one. And sometimes that can help. You just needed, you know, like they say in basketball, you just need to see one go in the basket. Looks right there like just needed to see one go through the strike zone, and follows that up with a foul ball, so he gets ahead in the count for the first time, 1-2. That one is lined into right field. A base hit. Are they going to send the runner home? Nope. Stop sign up for Narcio. So that will load the bases with nobody out for Tom Musey. And is that going to be it for McGuire? Coach Igerbro coming out, and it looks like we are going to have a pitching change as Patrick McGuire loads the bases without recording it out. Beacons lead 9-1 in the top of the 7th. We'll be right back.
UMass Boston is founded on a notion of impact. The Center for Peace, Democracy, and Development is a place where faculty and students can take a lot of the concepts and ideas that we are teaching in the classroom and take them into the field and actually make a difference. Beyond our work in Boston, we have projects in Nigeria, Israel, Palestine, Northern Ireland, South Africa, Ecuador, Colombia. Through our work in the field with a lot of important actors like the U.S. State Department, with the U.S. Agency for International Development, with the United Nations, I think we've gained a reputation as a place that can help a lot of these actors solve their problems and can get things done, and also that have a student body that they want to hire when they finish working with us. Nigeria may seem, it is, a world away from Boston, but many of the things that I've learned in dealing with Muslim-Christian peace efforts is tremendously relevant for situations here in Boston and other parts of the United States. Dealing with issues between police and youth, or police and immigrant communities, and that's a lot of what we do. Creating networks of relationships where people can work out their problems and can find better solutions than the ones that violence offers. Because in the end, we're all in this together. We only thrive when we work on these sorts of solutions to our problems together.
New pitcher for the Beacons is Aaron Baldock, the sophomore from Power Springs, Georgia. See, rocking the power stash. He has appeared in just one game through 2 scoreless innings, allowed 1 hit, 1 walk, struck out 2. And he'll inherit a hell of a situation here. Bases loaded, nobody out. And then he'll get the 9-hitter and then back to the top of the order. And Tom Musey's no 9-hitter. He almost hit for the cycle in game 1 of our doubleheader.
Second baseman number 3, Tom Musey.
So Musey steps in with the bases loaded. It's Tennessee on third, Linehan on second, Savini on first. And that's ball 1. Strike 1. One and 1 the count. Baldock looks in. Kicks and delivers. Good break on that one. Thought it was going to come back in and get the inside part. It does not. Count goes to 2 and 1. Three and 1 now the count. Grounded to short. To second for 1. On to first. Double play. So the run scores. But the Beacons go 6-4-3. And now there's 2 outs with just a runner on third. Top of the order coming up in Sam Zell.
Left fielder number 26, Sam.
Zell has reached twice and scored. He doubled and scored in the 4th. He also walked in the 5th. One and 1 the count to Zell. Now 1 and 2. This would be a huge spot for a punch out. Keep the damage down. Two and 2. Zell's been very impatient. He hasn't seen more than 4 pitches in that bat so far in this game. This will be the 5th here. Down the right field line and foul. That will fall away from any Beacons who could make the play. Another ball fouled off. Zell really working this at bat here. Here's the pitch. And the count goes full. Grounded hard third base line, backhand snag, Riley. And that's why he's a finalist for the Gold Glove, ladies and gentlemen. Eddie Riley ends the inning with a fantastic backhanded snag. The Owls get one, but it could have been a lot worse. We have played 6.5. It's stretch time here at Monin Park. UMass Boston 9, the Keene State Owls 2.
I'm the first undergraduate alumnus to lead this university. I'm very proud of that. I was literally able to transform my life because of the University of Massachusetts, and I want that for every single student that walks through the door.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III.
I did receive academic scholarships. Just being involved on campus, being a leader, all those things combined kind of get me recognized. It's a great experience for me.
What's ahead for the Beacons? A lot of home games, so a lot of chance to come down. If you didn't come today, see the old ball club. They will be here Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday, including a intersystem conference matchup. That's their next game.
Leading off the 7th inning for your Beacons, the shortstop, number 29, Charlie Hughie.
Charlie Hughie will lead things off against Brian Vieira. It'll be Hughie Riley, who just made that outstanding defensive stop, and Anthony Cesare. And that one's grounded foul. And Hughie quickly down 0-2. Hughie is 2 for 3 today. An RBI and a run scored. Grounded to short, bobbled, recovered, throw to first, and it eats up the first baseman, Walsh. And Hughie's going to get to second. He did the exact same thing in the second inning. And this time, though, they will call an error. Is that error on the first baseman or the shortstop? Shortstop. So that is the second time an error on Struthers has helped not just the Beacons, but Hughie specifically.
Third baseman, number 3, Eddie Riley.
So here's Eddie Riley, top of the order. Riley has reached all 4 times. He's got a pair of hits, an RBI, and a run scored. Want to know the count to the Beacons' leadoff hitter after a rough game in Game 1. I'm sure he's very happy to bounce back. Very unbalanced. Maybe the biggest turnaround of anyone between the two games. Went 0 for 4 in Game 1, and again has reached all 4 times here in Game 2. Some poetry in that as Hughie goes, and did they get him? Yep. The Beacons had stolen 7 bases in this game without getting caught, so you had to know it was coming eventually. And the count goes to 1-1. By the way, that was a strike. Now 1 out. Nobody on. Hit into center field. Savigny going back. Still going back. Still going back. Lunges can't make the catch. The ball hops off the wall just shy of the 420 sign. He's going to try to park this. Here's the throw to the plate. It is well high and inside the park. Home run for Eddie Riley. He flew around those bases. Talk about a way to cap off a successful day. It isn't inside the park home run. No errors, no nothing. Just want to check. And how about that? And we will get a pinch hitter. Or not a pinch hitter, pardon me. This was an earlier substitution. With Nick Palma coming in last inning to replace Anthony Cesare. Palma this year has played in now 10 games, had just 9 at-bats, hitting 111. And he takes ball 1. Pitch. High ball 4, and Nick Palma draws the walk. And yeah, can we get a replay? Oh, we got the replay thing. We're credit to our outstanding crew. Been fighting this replay machine all day. And no, we're not bringing it to you for a walk. Oh, it was a nice walk draw. Let's take another look at the inside the park home run. Which in most ballparks, again, this is a replica of Fenway. So if you know Fenway, you know how tough it is to hit a home run to that part of the ballpark. Most parks, it's an out-of-the-park home run. But just absolutely cooked that. You can see he's already coming home at this point. Just flying around the bases, Eddie Riley, for what is his second home run of the year, which is a team high. 3 other players with 1. As Kyle Boudrias steps in with 1 out. Swung on and missed by Boudrias, strike 1. Outside for a ball. Count evens up. Boudrias is 1 for 4. He had an RBI single that was all the way back in the first. 2-1 the count to Boudrias. And now the count rises to 3-1. Again, if the Beacons that's popped up. And a correction about the batter, by the way. Pardon me. It's Kyle Penny. Pinch hit for Boudrias and hits this one foul. And if the Beacons can get Palma and Penny in, the game would end with the mercy rule. Penny, a junior from Tolland, Connecticut, listed as a catcher. We'll see if he stays in and plays first. And he draws a walk. How about that eye discipline? Those high pitches, especially 3-2 when you're geared to go, can be tough to lay off of. They're just so easy to lift, but gets the free pass. That's going to push Palma down to second. And here's Nick Herzog. Herzog has reached 3 or 4 times he's been to the plate. 2 of those are walks. He's scored all 3. And that's strike 1 to Herzog. Reached all 4 times in game 1 too. So the on-base percentage just through the roof right now for Nick Herzog. And this is a good time to get hot. You know, they say the best time to get hot is right before the playoffs, which, I mean, is hard to dispute. But I would say the second best time to get hot is right before conference play. You know, when the games, I don't want to say games don't matter, but they certainly mean a little more in conference play. A long look in now here from Vera. And he's doing his team quite the service. You know, by Doler. And he gets Herzog looking. That'll bring up Ryan McCormick with 2 down. This inning started with Charlie Hughey reaching on an error. He was caught stealing. Eddie Raleigh hit the inside the park home run. And then back-to-back walks from Palma and Penny before Herzog struck out. McCormick is 1 for 3. He's, like most of the Beacons today, driven in a run and scored a run. It's in there for a strike. It really has been a spread-out effort for UMass Boston. In terms of run production. You got 7 players with at least 1 RBI and 7 players with at least 1 run scored. That's low for a ball. And every spot in the lineup but the 8th spot has accounted for at least 1 run or 1 run driven in. So really just up and down the lineup, different positions, guys doing different things, and this is what you want to see for your coach Eigerbrow going into conference play. And that's rocked into right center field. That's going to score at least one. Chugging around his penny, he will get the stop sign, but it's an RBI single for Ryan McCormick. Penny, like I mentioned, stops at third. Here's Brendan Salucci. He reached once on a walk and scored. He also drove in a run on a fielder's choice.
The designated hitter, number 8, Brandon Salucci.
Salucci steps in. Facing Doler. Here's the pitch. That's in there for a strike. Runner goes, and he's going to get to second without a throw. That out really not worth it for Keene State at this point. All you risk with the throw down to second and a runner on third. That gets the outside part. Count goes to 1-2. The pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Gets away from Linehan. He'll fire down to first to end the inning. But the Beacons do get 2 more, highlighted by the inside the park home run from Eddie Riley. They lead it 11-2. We head to the 8th here at Monin Park. You're watching Little East Baseball on the Beacon Broadcast Network.
Coming up to bat in the top of the 8th inning for Keene State, Struthers, Walsh, and Longley.
Chris Monroe will come in to pitch for the Beacons, the junior right-hander from Marshfield, Massachusetts. This will be his 5th appearance. He is 0-1 with a 6.75 ERA in 4 innings. He's allowed 8 hits, 5 runs, 3 of them earned, struck out 1 and walked 2. So, Bolduc done after an inning. And he got out of that jam, only allowed 1 run to score. Remember, he inherited bases loaded, nobody out, and McGuire charged with just the 1 run that did score. And the Beacons bullpen overall today, both games, have been very impressive. Between Matt Demlin the first game, Bobby Tramandozzi, of obviously always impressive, Bobby. And then in this game, too, kind of holding things down.
Leading off for the Owls, shortstop number 6, Max Struthers.
And it'll be Max Struthers leading it off for the Owls. He takes the first pitch inside, strike one. 2, 3, and 4 due up. Struthers, Walsh, and Langley. If anybody reaches, Tyler Gamey. And that pitch is in there for a strike. Inside again, that time 2 inside. The count goes to 1 and 2. The 1-2 is hit into the stratosphere into left field, but the ballpark will hold it. After a couple of adjustments, Palma makes the catch, one down. We'll bring up Connor Walsh. Walsh doubled and drove in a run in the fourth. He's 1 for 3. The first baseman for the Owls will step in on the right side.
First baseman number 15, Connor Walsh.
And strike one. That one misses for a ball. Now 2 and 1 to Walsh. Grounded foul down the third base side. Two and 2, the count to Walsh. Monroe delivers, and I believe, Walsh must have gotten a piece of that. He's not going anywhere. Monroe sets, delivers. And misses again. The count goes full. The pitch. Dodging out of the way is Walsh. He'll head down to first with ball 4.
The designated hitter number 34, Connor Longley.
Connor Longley will step in. The designated hitter, the cleanup hitter. He's struggled. He's 0 for 3. He's yet to get a ball out of the infield. 1-0. And misses for a ball. 2-0 the count here to Langley. Outside again, 3-0. Chris Monroe trying to find the strike zone. And finds it there. So it's 3-1 to Langley. Fouls this one straight back. One out, runner on first. Here's the payoff pitch from Monroe. Into left. Fading back. Palma has room, steps back again, and he makes the catch for out number 2. Keeping Nick Palma busy out there in left.
Third baseman number 18, Tyler Gammy.
And here's Tyler Gammy with 2 down, to runner on first. Gammy is 0 for 3. 4 and 5 hitters for Keene State, combined to 0 for 7, with only 2 balls leaving the infield. Here's the pitch. And it's in there, strike 1. Fouled back. Grounded to second. And Collins flips to Hughie to retire the side. Beacon's last chance to add on even more insurance. He can never have enough. 11-2 the score as we head to the bottom of the 8th from Boston.
The 5-campus UMass system is the university that educates the workforce of Massachusetts. We recognize that we are truly here for a reason, and that recognition inspires us and drives us every single day.
Paris changed my life, and I got there through UMass. Those very specific seminal moments in Paris, the subway. A man in a tuxedo walked in, and a woman in a long gown. And it was stunning. It all hit me. It was like a lightning bolt. There was this world of beauty and style that I wanted to be a part of. That was the beginning of the journey. And that all came through the University of Massachusetts. And that was really a key moment for me. That's one of those moments you never forget.
The University of Massachusetts Boston. It's just minutes from downtown, and the Princeton Review calls it one of the best values in the country. A nationally recognized institution of academic excellence and research, UMass Boston offers more than 150 undergraduate and graduate programs, 16 Division III sports, and more than 100 student organizations. To learn more about the opportunities waiting for you at UMass Boston, visit in person or online. UMass Boston, a research university with a teaching soul.
Connor Johnson is the new pitcher for the Owls. The senior from Windsor, Connecticut, a righty. Appearing in his 6th game, he's appeared in 5 without a decision. Has a pair of saves, a 7.36 ERA in 7 1/3 innings. He's allowed 9 hits, 6 runs, all of them earned, walked 7, and struck out 8. And he will face the 7, 8, 9 hitters for the Beacons as they get ready for one last at-bat before they go out and finish this thing up.
Leading off for the Beacons in the bottom of the 8th inning, center fielder number 7, Danny Brown.
Danny Brown steps in. He has reached twice, scored once as a double. And it's in there for a strike. Outside for a ball, 1-1. Grounded to second. 1 down. So Brown is retired, and that should bring up. Let's make sure. No, we do have a pinch hitter. It's going to be the 3rd hitter to bat in the 8th spot for the Beacons. That is number 5, Kyle Brzezinski, a sophomore from Rochester, Massachusetts.
Pinch hitting for your Beacons, number 5, Kyle Brzezinski.
Brzezinski has played in just 4 games this year, has 2 at-bats. It's not recorded a hit, but he does have an RBI. And he's down 0-1. Chopped to short. And Brzezinski retired on 2 pitches. That will bring up Charlie Hugie.
The shortstop, number 29, Charlie Hugie.
That's in there for a strike. Hugie has reached 3 times. He's got a couple of hits, also reached on an error, scored a run, drove one in. And he was caught stealing last time on the bases. The only Beacon to get caught stealing. Beacon stole 7 bases on 8 tries in Game 2. That one goes all the way to the backstop after it's fouled off. That one misses for a ball. 1-2 the count. One hops away. Count now even at 2. Hugie once again patient at the plate. And if he can reach, the Beacons will start their 6th time through the lineup with Eddie Riley. And that hit him. You can hear that up here. But he is going to shake it off and head down to first. And Eddie Riley will step in last time up. He hit the inside the park home run to dead center field. Let's see what he does here. They're going to get the umpire some more balls before we get going.
Pinch running for Hugie at first base, number 10, Thomas Q. And at the plate.
And you hear it in the background there, the freshman from Shrewsbury, Thomas Q, will pinch run for Hugie at first. Riley swing and a miss, strike 1. Outside ball 1-1 to Riley. And a great bounce back for him after going 0 for 4 in Game 1. He has reached all 5 times at the plate here in Game 2. And Riley goes down on strikes. And as we make the turn for home in Boston, Beacons 3 outs away from taking the whole day. UMass Boston 11, Keene State 2 on the Beacon Broadcast Network.
across from the Beacons baseball team, who went 23-15 this year, and have consistently been a leader in their conference without having a home field to play on. That will change next season.
I am so happy and excited to join Boston College High School and your wonderful president to celebrate this symbol of our institution's friendship as well as our shared commitment to this special neighborhood. Not only are we thrilled to be building a new ballpark with our neighboring teams and for all of our neighboring teams, but we could not be happier to provide more space. It's not just for us, Father Monin. It's for the youth of Dorchester and South Boston to be able to play as well. So your field will be used by quite
And we will start the inning off first off with a new pitcher for the Beacons. It's Kelly Keene, a junior from Scituate, New Hampshire. And we've got a pinch hitter for Keene State as well. And is number 29, Josh DeFrancisco. And that's fouled off. The pitch. Low for a ball. And Keene still ahead, 1-2. And called strike 3. The ball gets away from McCormick, so it's going to be a strikeout. But getting down to first is DeFrancisco, so no out. So here's Ryan Linehan, the catcher. Or pardon me, pinch hitting. Number 22, Michael Montembault, the freshman catcher from Manchester, New Hampshire. And Kyle Penny is now catching for the Beacons. There's another change. He had come into pinch hit. So it was not McCormick the ball got away from. It's outside for a ball. That is chopped foul. The 2-2 pitch from Keene. Chopped foul. Backhanded. And stopped by Penny. Full count. Keene looks in. Kicks and delivers. Ball 4 to the backstop, but like I said, ball 4. Jogging up to second is DeFrancisco. He won't advance any more than that. We will have another pinch hitter. Michael Pasquarelli. The freshman from Norwalk, Connecticut is...
Pinch hitting for the Owls, number 11, Mike Pasquarelli.
Penny's going to come out to talk to the mound. To the mound to talk, pardon me. Pasquarelli's played in 3 games. He's yet to record a hit. Outside ball 1. Runners thought about it, but they'll hold. That one's fouled back. The 1-1. Blown away for a ball. Three and 1. Sets, kicks, delivers. Strike 2. Pasquarelli was getting ready to toss the bat. Chop to second. To Hughie. Can they turn it? Not enough time. So DeFrancisco moves up to third. And Pasquarelli reaches on a fielder's choice. Let's see if we get another pinch hitter here. We do. This is going to be number 8, John Taranovich, a freshman from Concord, New Hampshire. With all these pinch hitters, you obviously expect the Beacons to be able to close this out. Up 9 runs, they have 2 outs left. But it just reminds me of a funny story. There was a game it was in the 70s. The teams are escaping me, but one team, they wanted to get everybody at bats. They're down, I think it was like 15 runs or something like that. They were down at a lot of runs, more runs than they should have been down. I believe it was double digits. And they just started pinch hitting guys. They said, let's get guys reps. Let's let guys hit, get used to it. And they came back. And they tied the game. And in extra innings, they had a couple guys get hurt, and they had to forfeit the game because they ended up not having enough players to finish the game. And I always think about that when you get in these situations. Obviously, it's great. Give these kids a chance. I'm not criticizing anything that's being done. It's just, I don't know, I always got a chuckle out of that story. So you form this massive comeback, and what really would have been kind of like the ultimate sports comeback story if you finish it, and then somebody pulls a hammy, jogging out a pop-up, and you got to call the game. I would not have wanted to talk to that coach after that game. That was probably something else. Taranovic draws the walk, and that will load the bases with one out, and I think we're going to get a pitching change. Here we are. They're going to the righty. We'll be back with the new pitcher right after this.
Hi, my name's Carl Joseph. I currently a criminal justice major. I'm a senior. I am from Brockton, Massachusetts. In basketball, I play small forward / power forward, and in track, I'm a high jumper. Basketball has always been my first love. The favorite part was probably our win over MIT. Like that was tremendous. I almost came to tears just from where the program has come from where I first came here to where we are now. It's just amazing, and I love it. Honestly, I was recruited for basketball. My high school coach actually emailed the track coach here, and she walked into the gym one day and it was just like, here, you, come talk to me. And I was on the track team. It really wasn't much of a choice. It was a great honor my freshman year just being able to be.
Ben Gottesman is the new pitcher for the Beacons, the junior from Acton, Massachusetts. Number 1 takes the mound. He'll face Sam Zell, the leadoff hitter who stays in the game. Gottesman has appeared in 5 games. All in relief, he's won 1 with a 2.84 ERA. And he fires in a first pitch strike to Zell. One and two. Count on Zell. Gottesman sets. Takes a breath, looks in and fires. Swing and a miss, strike 3. He got him away. That one had a little bit of kick to it.
Shortstop number 6, Max Struthers.
And here's Max Struthers. Struthers is 0 for 4. He takes ball 1. Grounded towards the shortstop. Hughie has to wait for the runner, get out of the way. Fires on a hop. He got him. And that's the ball game, folks. The Beacons, thanks to 7 runs in the first 3 innings, explode for 11 in Game 2 of the doubleheader. And they take this one 11-2. They take the day 2-0. They improve to 8-4 on the year and 2-0 in Little East play. Keene State now 7-9. They are 0-2 now in conference play.
UMass Boston, the Louise Conference, thanks everyone for attending.
as we get ready to wrap things up here. Again, the final score, UMass Boston 11, Keene State 2. The winning pitcher in this one, Tyler Arruda, through 6 innings, allowed 1 run on 3 hits, walked 2, struck out 3. The losing pitcher will be Ryan Slawinski, through an inning and 2/3, allowed 3 runs, although none of them were earned. I'd like to thank everybody who was a part of this broadcast. All right, I haven't done a UMass Boston game since last year, and I know there's some names on this crew, so I'm going to do my best, but nobody be offended when it comes up. I know we have, I'm not even going to guess. I want to see it to make sure I get it right. All right, I'll come over here and read it, because everybody, we did a great job. Gigi Braga, producer, Alyssa Fugel and Mary Jo Murphy, directors, Alyssa on instant replay as well. We got the one that mattered. We got the inside the park home run. That was, if we were going to have one, that was the one to have. Steve Witkowski was with me for game 1. Katie Leffler, Ellie Filieris, Sarah St. Surin, Maya Doherty, Kaylee Beauregard, Stevie Bryant, and Maggie Parker. For the entire crew, my name is Alex Barth. The final score again in game 2, 11-2. The Beacons take both games. They will be back at home on Tuesday at 3 o'clock start against UMass Dartmouth. For more information on that one, visit beaconathletics.com. This has been a presentation of the Beacon Broadcast Network. My name is Alex Barth. Thank you for spending your Sunday with us, and have a good night, everybody.